Hotep Senuena Senut Itiran Ishakanugu Kemet. Hotep Senuena Senut Itiran. Okay, the sound is loud and clear. I hope you're doing well. For a change, I've put Hotep at the beginning of the title because this can attract people who are into the traditional African way, and it can also deter people who just don't like it for whatever reason. Hold on, just bear with me, just bear with me, because right now it's just mayhem. Hold on. All right, baby girl. So, like I was saying, I just added a Hotep to the title because it can attract the people who are into the traditional African ways of life of the Nile Valley, and it can also deter people who just don't like Kemet for many reasons. And we know that the main reason why people, when I say people, really is black people, the main reason why they don't like, and it's just not black people actually, but why they don't like Kemet or ancient Egypt is because of their narrative, their literature, their religious literature. You see, so everybody's welcome. This is really a nice and easy live stream where I wouldn't mind having some callers, like it says also. Free talk, new and old callers, welcome. Some people have never called to say what's up, to holler at me. So seize the opportunity right now. You don't have to feel no kind of way. Some people might feel like, okay, there is a topic, and I'm coming and I have some questions that is not related to the topic. So I'm not really feeling, giving a call. But even if there is a topic whenever I'm live streaming, for those who don't know, it doesn't matter. You're always free to bring up any topic of your choice. Now, I have seen some report about a pastor in South Africa who was planning on poisoning black people. If you just look this up on a search engine, you will see that he was part of some organization, and his plan was to basically take over and murder a fair bit of black people. And I find that strange in a sense. At first, I thought, dang, the dude is a pastor. But then I thought, well, you have the Ku Klux Klan, and we surely probably had many pastors who belong to the Ku Klux Klan. And we know that they used to kill black people on a very constant and regular basis. So, with this information age, we have quite a fair bit of blogs, channels, websites. And as usual, I'm saying that we have plenty with people that proclaim to be Kemetic. And it is the same assessment. They are not familiar with the language. Many times they are not familiar with the culture. You have some people who present themselves as Kemetic, and when they would talk about culture, they would talk about different cultures of Africa and the Caribbeans, but not of the Nile Valley, not of Kemet. You have those who will use the greeting Hotep, others who will not even use it, and a few will use different languages, different African languages as a greeting. So you can go on a website or blog, and they will use different, greetings from several languages. But even in Mother Nature, they are not able to greet. If we were to make a comparison with the other ways of life or belief systems or religion, you will be hard pressed to find, for example, a group of Muslims and they will greet themselves by other languages than Arabic, and they will not be familiar with the culture, the Arabian culture, let alone the religion. And I think that over time it will change. It's just that people have certain habits, and at some point, those habits become somewhat of a status quo. And for a very long time, it has been a habit to be very much on the surface when it comes to Kemet. And over the years, we had many people who claim to be Kemetic who use Kemet, the culture, mainly the symbolism, mainly the symbolism, you know. And people who are very big with that, that's the Moors. We don't really hear about them that much, but many Moors somehow, somewhere dealt with the Kemetic symbolism. So you could have the Ankh, you could have the Jed, you could have the Ujat, you could have different Kemetic names, and in the end, of course, most of the time you will have a L or a Bay. And some will tell you, as it is written in there, what did you call it again? Uh, well, I don't know exactly where. I forgot if this is in the Seven Circle Quran, but Moors are known for saying that they are the custodians of the Egyptian. I forgot the next word. But I think this is a quote from Drew Ali. Let me just check the sound. Hold on. Yeah. So pretty much people have been very much pretty much people have been on the surface. People are not really getting deep into the information, and we have seen some kind of I don't want to say back and forth, but you had sometimes 2008 is probably when everybody was committed. And somehow, some way, you have some people who come and try to deal with the information. Then you have some other people who come and bang against Kemet, disrespect Kemet. talk smack and do the Abrahamic alliance, and some people who are on the outside, who are not active into the so-called conscious community or different movements for the revival of traditional African ways, but sometimes they get discouraged. Like, damn, I don't want to get blasted. I don't want to get dissed. So it has been going on like that for quite some years. This is a very brief summary of what's been going on over the years. Now, I ain't trying to start none. It was mainly one platform where everybody could come and discommit, but it is what it is. Controversy sells, as some people say. But like I've said a few times, if you are convinced, then you roll for your culture, your way of life. You know what I'm saying? But now I have also noticed that under the banner of Kemet or Kemetic teachings or Kemetic science, then now outside of America, hey, Jahi Issa, is that really you? Is that really you? Why don't you come in, Dr. Jahi Issa? If that's really you, just what you're welcome. You're welcome. I shared the link to the rebuttal. Sorry, I just received an email. The Let me share the link again. I've shared the link to the rebuttal, and like I was saying, well, rebuttal, should I call it this way? The PDF response. Actually, if you check, yeah. Now here's the link. Is the link. So feel free. I think you will use a webcam anyway, because I saw you on the platform with on the webcam. This it's my only requirement, that people use a webcam. But I know you're not anonymous or unidentified. But um, if you go on the video, and I will do it now anyway. I'll share the screen. I've shared the link to the response as well. So while you get yourself set up to join. Hey, what's up, brother Blyer? How you doing? I received your email. I didn't really get to read it. I just saw the preview, but I check your email after. So I, yeah, but feel free, feel free. You'll be free to talk. I'm okay with people not agreeing with me, and we can always get some clarity. We can always get some clarity. So yeah, I wanted to share to show that the response is appearing. So if I do this, 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 so which one is sharing right now? It's that one that's sharing. So I go to videos, and then I go to, where is it? There it is. Dr. Kambon's critique of the word amen, ancient knowledge the Bible has never told. Now, here we can see the link to Dr. Kambon's article. And if we click show more, it might be small. Show more, boom, link to the response of Dr. Jahi and Dr. Faraj. And then once you click on it, I'm checking that the link works. Yes, the link does work. So it links to the 22-page rebuttal that I have indeed read the same evening. So yeah, feel free, brother. Dr. Jahi Issa said that maybe in about 20 minutes he'll come for a few. Yeah, you're welcome, definitely. You can state your piece. It's all good. It's all good. Now, for those who don't know what happened is that um there is a doctor in linguistics called Dr. Obadeli Campbell, who's actually I could say a former African American, because he probably has the citizenship of Ghana now, but he was living in the States, and he encountered some racism, and he promised himself that he would not have to deal with this kind of lifestyle. I mean, racism, systematic racism, and all that. So he relocated to Ghana and he's been living in Ghana for quite a few years now. And he pursued his studies. But before he moved to Ghana, he still has today Abibi Tumi. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. But there's that website. If I'm not mistaken, it used to be a message board because I was familiar with it. But it's a place where people could learn different languages. So he's familiar with many different African languages. He pursued his studies. He earned his Ph.D. and now he's a professor. Uh, he's definitely a teacher at the University of Ghana. So Dr. Obadele Combo has made a review or a critique of the book written by I forgot the full name, but it starts with Osei. Is it? Well, I will tell you the name now. I'll tell you the name now. Okwame Osei. That's the main author. And you also have Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Salim Faraj. But we don't really know how much input they had on this book. But it's clear that the main premise comes from um, Kwame Osei. And on the website of the book that I went through, that I've shown in my video. Okay, now Dr. Jahi Issa wrote that when I did the video, I did it without really dealing with the response. Well, I didn't deal with the response at all. Indeed, it's correct, it's true. But yeah, if you look at the video, right at the start, I'm explaining that actually before I made the video, I wanted to tell people if you're aware of any response or any rebuttal, please let me know. And I still went and looked, and as a matter of fact, to keep it real with you, I was looking for a nice cover, a nice picture of the cover. And when I went to images, and that's when I saw the website, the origin of the word amen .org, or basically the website, And then uh, you have the link, and I think the link says why people should read or buy or get the book. So, but I think I showed that. I shared the screen. And so right before I started doing the live stream, I found out about the response. And I first shared it in the chat. When I went on the chat for strange reason, maybe because the link was too long, I noticed that it wasn't working. And I can even try now. And that's the reason why I added it in the description. And you know what? Let me see if I can find a way that it appears without people having to click show more. Um, let me see if I try this way. Well, I will have to remove the rest. I would like to keep the names of the authors. Let's go to live. But it is correct. I just didn't deal with the response at all. But you must have noticed it took me quite a while to go through the article. It would have been too long, you know. But people must acknowledge that I did mention that there was a response, and once again I shared the response. So hold on. For strange reason, in the chat the link was working, so that's why I did it. Now hold on. There, videos. There's the book, and if I go to the the chat is there. So if I move maybe towards the middle, uh, But it was the second link anyway. The first thing was Dr. Kambon's critique. Second, well, now it works. Now it works. But when I tried, actually, I tried on my mobile phone. And on my mobile phone, for whatever reason, it didn't work. Maybe it was but yeah, and I can share it now so people can see it. They can see that I'm not on some now here. So what do we see there? Yeah, we can see the chat here, and we have the first link, Dr. Kambon's critique, and then second link, response to Dr. Jahi. So, and on top of that, now let me. Okay, I'm gonna have to. If I remove author, and editor, might be enough space for the link to appear straight away. I have read your full response. And really, I understand your point of view, but I couldn't guess that it was a response. Like I said, I found out about the response uh, just a few minutes before I did the live stream, as I was looking for the book cover, for the thumbnail. You know. In the meantime, I will check the email of my brother Blaya. So let me see now if the link shows straight away, so that everybody's happy. No, okay. Okay, I will shorten. I will shorten the title, and I think the link will show. Hopefully. Save. And now. Yeah, now both links show without having to press show more. And I can just show that. So, oh, did I hit dislike? I dislike this. No, okay, never mind. So here is a description. Okay, it's a bit, there it is. So people don't have to click show more now. All right. Now, what does the email say? Oh, my brother's looking out for me all the time, and I'm not even asking him. For those who want, that's a brother, who basically did this, the banner, because first I try my own way, as I usually do, and it was what it was. But I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Merci, frère. En fait, ce que j'utilisais, c'était, tu sais, sur mon portable, là, quand tu as les vidéos, tu peux éditer, tu peux ajouter, en fait, ce qu'ils appellent, genre, ils appellent ça autocollant, en fait, tu vois. Donc, du coup, je rajoute. Et en effet, comme tu as vu, ben, je coupe et tout ça. Mais là, je pense que ça va être bien comme ça. C'est super. Bah, d'ailleurs, j'ai même téléchargé maintenant. Comme ça, j'ai ça sur le portable. Et bah, dès demain, je mets la vidéo. Voilà quoi. Oh, we have our brother Chris MVP Harris. I can see he has changed his channel name. It says now Premier Debates and Conversation. But I can see Hotep to you, brother. I can see his face. I hope it's not somebody who's trying to pretend to be him using his face. Um, ouais, merci frérot, merci. But for those who just arrived, we have Dr. Jahi Issa, Ph.D., out of Brooklyn. Um, and he might come, and express his issue with me reading the rebuttal of Dr. Kambon. Il y a plusieurs formats pour YouTube et Story TikTok et ça, ouais. Je vais télécharger ça comme ça j'ai le truc. Alors. Hop, télécharger. Ah, c'est super. Télécharger, hop. Hop. Télécharger, hop. Ah, il y en a 4 en plus, hein. Télécharger. Hop. Some people really want you to win, you know. They have skills and they help you out, you know. Now, I don't want anybody to feel any kind of way. Some people could make a donation if they want. I mean, back then I would get donations on a regular basis, but as time goes by, I'm telling my lady that I think it's because you were there. I think it's because you were there. People will try to look like they're down and supportive, but So we have 9, and how many did I download? Well, I downloaded 9, so that's good. So I will add them to the other folder. So when I search, what is it? Yeah, there it is. Boom. Hey, that's lovely, man. That's lovely. Haha, you see, Chris says it's not me. So I'm gonna go on and block that. Some people, I mean, damn man. I mean, what do you gain? What do you gain? This guy's winning, and they use our brothers. Oh man. So go to channel, and he has a video, and he has 78 subscribers. So block user, and that's it. Oh, he's our brother. Hey, brother Hotep. Brother, please, if you don't mind, can you just use the webcam?
Hello?
Yeah, Hotep said.
Hotep. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm chilling. If you don't mind, can you use the webcam, please?
Can I use the webcam? Yeah, sure. Let me I'm gonna get onto my camera here. Let me go downstairs and I'm gonna
Yeah.
log in through my
Yeah.
what's it called? Um my computer and
Yeah. Take your
yeah,
time.
sure, I
Take your
can
time.
log
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people don't complain and say you're biased. You let those other brothers.
Oh no, I enjoy looking at myself on camera. It's no problem. Hold on, well, give me one second.
You don't have no issues with that. Yeah, brothers and sisters. We many of us are adults, um, and we're not doing anything illegal. So it's been a while. I've made that decision that we let's have people with a webcam on the panel. Otherwise, you can use a chat. Feel free to use a chat, brothers and sisters. Some people have reasons why they don't want to be seen, and it's on them. But on the panel, it's better like this. I prefer it like this. Prefer it like this. So uh, when we see people when they identify, uh, they have to own up to what they are saying. There's more accountability because people who are anonymous and unidentified, sometimes they be trolling, sometimes they be very disingenuous. They're just having fun, basically. They're just, sometimes playing with your nerves, and they fence right more easily as well. As you have seen recently, brothers and sisters, we have some black people who are on of the Asiatic persuasion, and they stated it is seen, it is documented. I did not make it up. It's their words. They stated that Osama bin Laden was melanated. Saddam Hussein was melanated. So I'm like, dang, man, we can do better than that. And that's besides all the other claims that we have, amongst the black conscious community. So, but yeah, some people never came to say holla. Feel free, use this opportunity. It's Q&A, so that means questions and answers, free talk. And if you don't want to get on the panel, just use a chat. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then, um, I like to chill and talk with the people and say what's up. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna meet the brother because he's in a singing session right now. It's like so he's gonna get his webcam ready. Now before Dr. Jai intervened in the chat, I cannot remember exactly what I was saying. Oh yes, I remember now. So what I have noticed is that outside of America, under the banner of Kemet, or some would say Kemeticism, now some people are into this, numerology and metaphysics. It's starting to. I don't know if I should say spread in Europe, but it's getting there. Because a lot of time when something's popping up, when something's going on in America, a lot of times in Europe they just follow it blindly, because they like the swag, you know. And I know some of my brothers, in America, they like to say everybody's copying us, and they, kind of feel some type of way, a bit elitist at times. But it is a reality, though. I acknowledge that around the world, many times a lot of style coming out of America is being followed in the rest of the world, and not just style but also behavior. Whether it's positive or negative. I mean, not long ago, I came across a video, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Japan, and that's on YouTube. So if you put like Japan Chicano culture, those guys are in Japan and they love the Chicano culture. Now, most of you in America know what Chicano stands for, but for those who don't know, that's basically the Latinos, probably mainly Mexicans, because you might have more Mexicans than others because obviously it's at the border of California. But they dress like them, you know. They have the low riders, the tattoos, and all that. You know what I'm saying? Listening to the music and all that. So they're really deep into that. You know what I'm saying? So here's our brother Chris Hoteps, and thank you. I appreciate that.
Peace.
Feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, no, man. I was just coming by as always to help show you some support. Last
I
time I
appreciate.
heard from you, you were on here discussing that silly debate, and that was it. Just stopping by to show some support, see what you're talking about today, man. That's
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it's a shame, the sister. I think her username was Freedom. She was talking, and then she said, she mentioned Islam, and she said Kaaba. And then I told her, I'm saying, this is more like, linguistic acrobatics, because Kaaba means cube. in Arabic, and Ka and Ba and Medunecha, that's spirit and soul. So how do we go from spirit and soul to cube? People will have to make a demonstration that is related. And and then I told her it's like when people say Israel comes from Isis, Rael, and I think if I'm not mistaken, she said that she kind of agrees with that as well. So I was about to get into that and try to tell her that she can just ask some linguists or some scholars, but it's not the way. But things like that attract our people.
Yeah,
Things like that.
word association, those word
Yeah.
association games. That Israel thing. Once again, I always go right back to it. I get right down to it. I ask anybody, please show me Israelites in the 10th century BCE, the 11th century BCE in the land of Judea. You're not going to find it anywhere. That's weird to me because you also don't see Omri, which was a real kingdom, by the way, and they have proof of that. You never hear him referring to any David, Solomon, or anything. As a matter of fact, he's completely oblivious to any of these things. So I'm familiar with Sister Freedom. I've met her. We've spoken over the phone sometimes, and she listens to is it Bill Donahue and Jordan Maxwell. So she's on those she's into those teachings. So, and Israel does not mean ISIS, Rot, and El. It has nothing to do with it at all.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah.
you know that Jordan Maxwell, is he still alive?
No, he died.
Oh yeah, because obviously his tapes, it's like the VHS era. And I mean, the zeitgeist and stuff like that. But yeah, Jordan Maxwell was very popular. And
Hmm.
but Bill Donahue, I mean, the only Donahue I'm familiar with is the one that where Khalid Muhammad went to. But it's not the same, is it? Uh,
No,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
No.
Oh, and I never heard of Bill Donahue. And you see, we have our brother Bly. I mean, this one is probably it, it's one of I think it's one of the most famous linguistic acrobatics amongst the black community. The Allah, standing for arm, lega, arm ahead. I mean, that one is so humoristic to me. But sometimes people come up with wordplay like that, and it's like it's very primary, and we need to be really past that. It's like it just doesn't help at all. And we look bad. We really look bad, to say Israel comes from ISIS, Rael. I mean, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, it
this,
has nothing to do. It has nothing. I mean, Israel itself is something new. I mean, prior to
mm,
that, it was the Jezreel Valley.
mm,
And that is a place where a lot of battles took place, if anybody knows anything. And later it became Yisrael into Israel as the languages began to change. But
mm,
there was no group of people calling themselves Jezreelites, which appears in the Bible. There was no group of people calling themselves Israelites, as it appears in the Bible. It's a mythical book, and I think we need to get ready to move past that stuff. And I mean, you got Egypt sitting right there. You got Nubia, you got Ethiopia. They have their own ontology, their own cosmologies. And you look at it, and I always find it funny because people say, ugh. But yet, every time a Christian is debating, he's trying somehow to link Africa and make Africa and the Bible one and the same. You just can't do it. Ontologically, they're completely different. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're always trying to say, like, well, it's in Northeast Africa. There's a cultural line drawn there. Okay, there's a cultural line drawn there. All right. So we don't have to play that game either, or just to accept them being Africa, or because they claim this Israelite thing here. And I'm tired of the word games associated with it, just to make themselves feel better. They'll say, well, Israelites are African too. Well, Christianity come out of Africa too. No, 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 no. It does not. It does not at all. There were concepts taken out of certain cosmological constructs that were found in certain Egyptian papyruses that we can clearly see. They took constructs from Mesopotamian papyrus and out of Ugaritic texts, and they began to combine all of these things. You understand what I'm saying? And this
yeah.
is where you get the biblical narrative from. Okay. Sorry, guys. There was no Matthew, John, Luke, or Mark. They never existed. So, yeah. And Christianity, I want to say this as I've been studying the church fathers. Christianity, as we have it today, was not the Christianity that was going on during the third century AD here. It was not the same Christianity. The Christianity that was going on then, it was against the Romans. It had nothing to do with worshiping Jesus at
Mm,
all. They were
mm.
actually fighting against the Romans.
Yeah, please, hold that thought for me, please, brother Chris. RP, maybe you removed yourself. Maybe you're not ready to be on the panel. But first, I did add you on the panel, but now I see you're no longer on the panel. So uh, it's up to you. Do you want to be on the panel, sister?
Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. So
I
now we
did.
have actually, please hold on for us, Sister RP, Senate RP. We have Dr. Issa, so I want to put him on. It doesn't have a webcam, but you know. Greetings, Dr. Issa. I don't know if you can hear me, but we don't hear any sound so far, Dr. Issa. Um, uh, I will type in it. Well, I think you can hear me, but I will type in the chat, Dr. Issa. We don't have any sound nor video coming. Oh, now it says device is not connected. So it's probably a connection issue coming from you. Let me try again now. Can you hear us, Dr. Issa?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, I can hear. Welcome. Thanks for calling in.
Okay,
Do,
very
do,
good. Can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you very, very neatly. By any chance, before you start, is there any chance you can use a webcam?
It's just where I am right now. It's just not too scenic.
Okay, well,
So,
I'll make an exception. So please feel free to speak, brother.
all right, very good, very good. How are things going?
Oh, chilling, chilling. I'm glad you reached out. You know what I'm saying? Even if, we might not be on the same page on some points, it's always good to dialogue, So definitely, feel free.
Yeah, yeah. As I said, I reached out because I saw the response that you did. Well, actually, a reaction video that you did to an article that Dr. Obadeli Kambon wrote. And as a professor, generally I tell my students, um, if you're going to do a reaction based off of one person's research, you at least, especially when that research is criticizing someone else's research, you at least have to read the other person's research, in which you stated categorically that you did not read our book, nor had you read our response, which has me to question why then would you do a reaction video based off of someone else's critique when you yourself even admit that you haven't read our book nor our response article. So, and that go now, me, I come out of academia, more than 25 years teaching on a collegiate level. That is unheard of. But of course, in YouTube land, you can, there are no rules to the game. But we would think within the conscious community that we at least have some standards, right? Some basic standards that are just fundamental. And so, a few hundred people saw your video, which I thought was a disservice, particularly from what I understand. You do read the Medunetta, um, and so you have some level of competency. So I would think that at least you will be fair in your evaluation, because as it stands right now, it's not fair, right? I can't even dialogue with you about it because you haven't put in the work. right? And that's fundamental when in my opinion, when you are operating at this level and dealing with such serious information as the metal netter.
Yes, brother, I hear you, but like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you really had a chance to hear me. Um, I wasn't aware about the response until like a few minutes before I started the live stream. As I was looking for the book cover, I put the title, then I went to Google Images, and that's when I found out about the website of the book, and then that's when I saw the response. So what I did is I first shared the response link to the chat of the video, and then later on I also added it in the description so people can get to see it. So I wasn't aware of the response. Now I wouldn't call it a reaction video. Really, it was me just going through Dr. Campbell's critique. It's true I made some commentary, in between. I made a few commentary, but it was really me going through Dr. Campbell's critique.
Right, but it shows a great deal of bias simply because, as you've admitted, you haven't read the book. Dr. Kambon could not even critique the book without at least reading it, right? And if Kambon does make a decision, which I'm almost sure he will, to respond to our response, he at least has to read our response, right? He just can't come and make a response based off of not reading that is just not accepted academically, right? So, of course, this is YouTube, as I've said, but I at least would expect a high level of dialogue, and that the dialogue be non-biased, at least the perception, and maybe your intent was not to be biased, but the perception is everything, right? The perception is that is biased. And so when someone showed it to me, I'm like, wow, let me go look at it. I'm like, well, the guy even admits he hasn't even read the book nor the response article. And since you put up the article, at least I would think, since you said, okay, you found the article, at least you will go and at least look at the article. Even your response of what you were saying, you were just making a lot of assumptions, right? You were like, oh well, Kwame Osei, he's the main author. I mean, you have really no clue, right?
Well,
Now, to
well.
me as a professor, right, not everybody can read the Medunata, right? And so, like, if you go into an academic, I don't know if you presented at a conference, maybe you presented at ASCAC or some of the academic conferences. That's
No.
just totally unacceptable. You can't even present without at least turning in a paper, right? So that your peers can look and see that it is even worthy of being presented. But when you deal with scholars, I'm a professor. I've been teaching. My PhD is from Howard University. I earned that. It wasn't easy, right? I did a lot of work. Dr. Faragee's PhD is from the Claremont Graduate School, right? Professor Osei does not have a doctoral degree, but he's written several books. And so we take what we're doing very, very serious because it's impacting the minds of our people globally. And our effort in the book that we wrote was a Pan-Africanist endeavor, being that myself and Dr. Faragee are from the United States, and Dr. Osei, Professor Osei, is an elder linguist from Ghana, right? And so we spell out everything of what we're doing in the book, and we even further the argument in our article in our response to Kambon. Now, Dr. Kambon is right. I put the book in his hand in Ghana. I know him very well, and he was right to um, review the book. This is what we do. And our response was that your review was totally wrong because you totally missed everything that we were saying. You were being exactly as what we say in our article, in our response to Egypt centric, without no understanding of Kush or Merowitic Kush. And that's the basis of our argument. We're talking about Merowitic Kush and this relationship to West Africa. And that Merowitic Kush, that Egypt is a child of Nubia and Kush. And it's not the other way around. Right? And the Merowitic Kush within the Nile Valley lasted all the way up into the 14th century AD. So we're talking about thousands of years, and some will even argue that it can elements of that civilization, those civilizations exist today all over West and Central Africa. And so, but this is what we do in academia. We present a theory, we test the theory, we let our peers come in and say whether they agree or disagree, and we respond to each other accordingly. Right? But when you just condemn a person or condemn a piece of work without even looking at the work, right? I just expect a lot more with someone who is competent in metal natural. Now, I'm not competent in metal natural. That is not my area. And we say this in our response. Dr. Faragee is, and and Mr. Osei is, right? But it just looks very biased. And you would think that you would at least read the book, order the book, read the book, and then read the response that we wrote to Kambon, and then do a video based on the fact that you have all the evidence and it won't seem to be biased. That's really my issue.
Yeah, I understand. I heard you very clearly, but it is not my critique. It's Dr. Campbell's critique. And once again, the response that you wrote, I wasn't aware of it. I cannot be faulted for not being aware of it. And also, you said I don't have a clue. It's true. I don't know how the book was written, but on the website of the book, it says that you met the brother Osei, and he had back then like some sort of pamphlet. You know, so he had already written on the subject, and then
But
obviously,
you haven't read the book, young brother. You got to
I,
read
I,
the book.
I
You got to read the
well,
book. You
s-
have to
s-
do the response, right? For people to take it serious,
but
right?
I
And I'm
didn't do
taking
I did,
this as a teachable moment.
but I didn't do any response. It was Dr. Campbell's response.
But so am I seeing it wrong? Am I wrong and other people see it? As, in fact, the way that I came about your article, someone sent it to me and said, your video, and said, look, someone just did a reaction to Cambon's review and they haven't even read the book nor your response. I said, well, who does that?
But did did you
Who,
did
and they
you
said, well,
did you
this guy
actually?
is pretty competent. This guy is pretty competent in metal netta. So I said, oh, wow, really? Why would he do that? So originally, I was like, wow, this must be someone that maybe Brother Cambon must have put up to do this without, maybe because he's upset at our response. But as I hear you out, I'm seeing, no, that's not the case. You just saw Cambon's piece somewhere, I don't know where, and just said, okay, let me just do a video on this. But from the outset, from the perception, it just looks very biased. That's my response. And it'll be nice if you do a balanced piece, right? Because you're neutral in this, right? And you want to be accurate in your response. So basically, most of the things that you even said about it were totally inaccurate about the book, about what Cambone said. It was just inaccurate, you know? So, and I think if you read
Like
the
what? Like
response,
what?
No. You have to. I'm not going to do that because you haven't read. I can't even have this dialogue with you
All right.
because you
Okay.
have to at least go and read it. Like if you
Mm.
write something, I can't respond to what somebody. If I'm calling myself an intellectual, I can't respond to what somebody else is saying. No, I have to go do my due diligence, read your stuff, read the other person's stuff, and then make my evaluation. So what I'm
Okay.
saying before we
I
even
understand.
dialogue,
I
at
understand.
least take the courtesy,
Mm.
read the book because you're very competent, and then read the response, and then let's have a discussion.
But did you watch my video
I watched your video.
in full?
Yeah, I watched a great deal of it.
All right. Well, in my video, I clearly go through Dr. Combo's PDF. So once again,
No, but
it's
how
not
can
my
this is
critic.
what I'm saying. Dr. Cambon's response is based on what he read.
It's true. It's true.
And our
But
and, and our and our response to Cambon that you still haven't read, you put it up on your website,
no, no, hold on,
on
brother,
your
brother.
YouTube.
Please, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you. But for the record, I read it. I read
Oh,
your
you
response.
did.
Yeah, I read the full PDF. But after my live stream,
Oh, after. Okay, then and that's my point. And that's my point. At least do your due diligence and ask them, well, maybe there's a response to this. Or where can I get the book? What if Dr.
yeah.
Cambon was
But
totally wrong?
but
What what if what if his assessment was wrong? What if it
well,
was wrong?
it doesn't seem wrong because he did the breakdown. He
See
does
that,
the linguistic breakdowns.
and that's where my point is.
Mm.
You said it doesn't seem wrong. You said it doesn't, and that's the point,
Attends, les faire. Go ahead,
and
brother.
that's the point because you haven't read it,
Mm.
right? And you so that
Well,
means
in
that you're
your
not
response,
competent enough to
in your
make
response,
to
you
make that
admitted
statement.
in your response you admitted several times that there was some mistakes.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
can't
with
even
the
make a.
yeah.
I can't even make. You haven't even read the book. This is what I'm saying,
No, no,
brother.
that is no. But
Read
hold on,
the book.
brother.
Read the
It,
book. Read the
this
book. Read the book. That's all I want to say.
mm.
Read the book
Well,
and let's have an open dialogue. All right.
if I
Let's have an
was to make,
open dialogue
I
based
agree.
on what you have read. And that's only fair. That's only fair. And then
Yeah,
I'll be
if I
more
make a
than
if
happy. Then I will be more than happy. Then I will be more than happy to come on and dialogue with you about what we wrote, what Dr. Cambon wrote, and our response. Right.
and I
And
understand, but once again, if I was to make a critique, indeed, then it would be
you're
best
not
for me to read the book.
competent to make the critique because you don't know Meriwether Cush. And I can tell
Okay,
by your response.
so now, even
Yes,
if
all
I read
right.
the book, I'm not competent to make a critique. But all I'm
No,
trying to
no.
say is that,
Yeah, go
well,
ahead.
yeah, thanks. All I'm trying to say is that if I was to make a critique, indeed, I agree, it would be best for me to read the book. But once again, it is not my critic, and once again, the rebuttal, I cannot be accused of being biased because I was not even aware of the response. I found out about the response just a few minutes before I did the live stream. Nobody directed me to the response.
Okay. All right. I don't think you even you're not understanding it because you're not familiar with the
I understood that.
formality.
I understood everything you said, but once again, it is not my critique. It is Dr. Campbell's critique that I read.
Okay. No
Am
problem.
I not
Well,
allowed to
with
do
that,
that? Am I not allowed to do that?
you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do, you're allowed. There are no rules on
There are
YouTube.
rules. There are rules. Like you have some people, and you know how I came across that article is that wannabe linguist, that fake linguist, that guys be claiming to be a linguist for years, but on the website, what is it called? Um, there's a website where there's even the other linguist. But there he's labeled as a software developer, just like with the Happy Conference. they've put some other title. But for years, he's been claiming to be a linguist, and he's about to make a review of the critique of Kambon. That's how I came across that actual article of Kambon,
Okay.
and I read it.
Well,
Yeah. And that guy's been claiming to be a linguist for years. He doesn't have any degree in linguistics. Nobody tells him anything. He's allowed to say that Dr. Diop is wrong, that Dr. Rikedi Amen is wrong, that Dr. Theophile Obenga is wrong. But he gets a pass somehow, some
well,
way.
I don't know who you're referring
It's
to.
Osar Imhotep.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we had a big conference. I don't know if you're familiar with the conference. Have you read any of Dr. Farage's work?
No.
Okay. And you see, this is my point, right? You can't. Okay. If you go to academia.com, right, you type in Dr. Farage. She's one of the world's leading experts on Meriwether Kush. He has a book that's gotten some of the best reviews on the subject. He has numerous peer review articles on Meriwether Kush and this relationship through time and space with the Roman world, with the so-called Mediterranean world, and then we have this piece that we have with West Africa looking at the Khans. All right, my Ph.D. is in U.S. history and the African diaspora. Right, I am not a linguist, right, but I've made over 70 trips back and forth to various African countries. I live in West Africa. My children were born in West Africa, right? I'm in the Gambia right now, but I was in Ghana for the last 3 years. And I go into the rural areas studying the culture as an ethnographer, right? And this is how we came about this book. So what I'm saying is that a lot of time and effort. We just had in February a very big conference. Our organization, the University of Amen, along with the University of Sheikh Anta Diop, their Black Civilizations Department, and we had more than 12 university professors. Asar Imhotep was also included in that, along with Reggie Marbury. They were able to present, but we had the chair of Black Civilization at Sheikh Anta Diop. We had 3 students from there. We had Professor Jags. I think he's out of London. He writes on the relationship between Kush, Kemet, and West Africa, particularly looking at Nigeria. We had a brother out of Cameroon who's an Egyptologist. We had over 12 scholars, right? And so we take this job very serious. We're serious at what we do. A lot of money, a lot of efforts, a lot of travel. I made 7 trips over to the University of Sheikh Anta Diop to put on this conference, right? So we're pretty competent and pretty serious in what we do. This is the effort that we make. And we even publicized the conference, right? And we wanted some of the best people on there, regardless of what other people say about certain people, right? And had we known about someone like you, if you have any peer-reviewed books or articles or any books that deal with the subject, we were not biased at who we chose, right? So I only say that to say that at least this is how I deal with my students. I'm teaching at the University of the Gambia now. I'm teaching a graduate course on African history, and I teach in New York City, right, at a college in New York, right? So when I deal with my students, I always ask them to do their due diligence in research, right? Try your best to look at all the sources.
Yeah.
Whether or not you agree with someone or not, right? Try your best to look at all the sources, and that's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to move on from there. I have to get back to what
Excuse
I'm
me, Dr.
doing.
Issa, I did want to ask you one
But
question.
I appreciate you for letting me on, and that's what I wanted to say. And hopefully, I pray that you get
Excuse me, Dr.
the
Issa, I
book
wanted to ask you one question.
and read about Meriwether Kush, right? Read Dr. Farage's articles. A lot of his stuff is on academia.com, and I think that it may help you. It would even help you with your understanding of Kemet. So with
But
that said, I'm gonna go out.
I understand you have to go. I'm not going to ask you a question because I don't want to take up your time. But you might not be aware. But we have the brother Reggie who just came in the panel. But Asaim Hotep, he's been claiming that Sheikh Anta Diop guessed when he made the comparative linguistics between the
This
Wolof
is I'm not
and the
I'm not I'm not I'm not here to talk about Asar Imhotep.
Yeah,
I
no,
called
but
in specifically.
you mentioned him.
No, because
This
you
guy's been
mentioned him.
fraudulently claiming to
I
be a linguist,
mentioned
and he's not a
Asar.
linguist.
This is not about Asar. I called you to come in specifically to talk about the video that you put up without doing
So
your research.
I did my
And then
research.
you brought up Asar
Brother,
Imhotep.
yeah, I brought it up, and you brought it up later on, and you talked about Sheikh Anta Diop's university. So you have a guy who says that Diop is wrong and that Diop guessed. You know what I'm saying? And lying to the people claiming to be a linguist, and he doesn't have a single degree in linguistics.
Yeah.
And he even said that, hold on. He even said that Teofilo Benga doesn't have a degree in linguistics when the San Francisco's university website states that he has some degrees in linguistics. So that's very serious. That's so if we're talking about
Yeah, I
serious, we
mean,
have to be very careful about who we
maybe,
present to
but
the community.
also what is also serious if you're saying that you're an authority on a particular subject in which
I
I'm
never said that.
assuming you.
I never said
All
I'm an
right.
authority on this.
Are you competent in any subject? Do you consider yourself competent? And being an authority doesn't have anything to do with having degrees, right? I always tell people that I came into academia because I wanted to be like Dr. Clark. And Dr. Clark had no degrees, didn't even finish high school, but he was
Dr.
extremely
Issa,
competent,
Dr. Issa, this is
right? So this is not about degrees,
Dr. Issa.
right? What I'm talking to you about as a senior scholar, as a respected senior scholar, right? There's a way to be respected in this, right? I'm not dealing with Asar Imhotep.
Dr. Issa,
right? That's something you can deal with. That's something that other people deal with.
Can you take Chris?
Right? I met Asar Imhotep at the Sheikh Anta Diop conference more than 20 years ago.
Dr. Issa, I would like to ask you
right? And with Dr. Malifia Asante,
Dr. Issa,
right? And so who's a mentor of mine, who mentors me, right? Dr. Keita is one of my mentors. I've known him for more than 30 years. I talk to him all the time. SOY Samar Keita. I know him very well, right? And I introduce him to the community. So what I'm saying,
Brother Shaka, can
at
I be
least
heard?
For you, if you're going to talk on a subject with the level of competency that I think that you have, right? At least read, expand yourself, expand your horizon, be open, don't be so biased, and then make your analysis. That's
all right.
my expert opinion.
Okay. Well, so you feel like I should have read the book. Well, go ahead, brother Chris. I don't know if brother
not only feel, but I'm even if you listen carefully to what I said to you, because I'm 53 years old, right? I also said that it wouldn't hurt you to read the works of Dr. Farage. Right, I understand, but
I have the right to read a critique. That's all I did. You have some guy like the same guy, Sam Hotep, who says that rise of volcano that lies in Egyptian text. And when we disagree, he says, no, hold on. That's a text. Yeah, hold on. I'm talking about the text. He says, hold on, wait. He says, read the book, read the text. So it looks like I'll have to read everybody's book.
And this is what I'm saying. Because of your relationship that you have with Asar and the things that he has said,
I don't have any relationship with him. He's a fraud. He's attacking Sheikh Anta Diop. If you respect Sheikh Anta Diop, don't put Asar Hotep forward. The guy is a fraud.
No. So
and plus he's been plagiarizing. You're talking about academia. Do you agree with plagiarizing? Do you agree with plagiarizing? The guy
No,
has plagiarized
what
several
I'm
times,
talking about, what
and you're not
see,
even
see,
criticizing him.
I can't
Man,
even.
please,
This is not
Chris,
even
if
a
you have a question,
competent
go ahead. Go ahead,
conversation.
Hey,
Chris.
hey,
Go ahead.
Dr. Issa, this is
This
Brother
is not
Reggie.
even
Can
a
you hear me?
competent conversation right now.
Dr.
You
I'm
you
Issa.
giving
you
you
you you
some
associate
advice.
yourself with frauds, and you want to tell me about academia. The guy is a fraud. He plagiarized several times, and he's attacking Diop, Rikedi, Amen, Theophilo Benga, and nobody says
So
anything. And I'm reading a
so
critique, and I'm
because
told I'm biased. Come on, bro.
so because you saw put up our article, you automatically associated two well-known professors as being frauds. And this is the basis as to why I'm calling you. And that is not a proper assessment.
No, brother, you
This
call
is
me
what
because
I'm saying.
you
Your
feel like I'm
assessment
biased.
is wrong.
You feel like I'm biased because I read a PhD's
It's
critique.
not
You know,
unfair. You've
if
already
it's
admitted that you're biased.
I
Shaka,
never admitted I'm biased. I
You
Shaka,
read Dr.
did.
Combo. If your issue is with Dr.
Jesus
Combo, you need to
Christ.
holler at him. I only read his book.
No,
I
no,
mean
you
his
know how we
PDF.
hollered at Dr. Kambon? We wrote a response.
And
That's how we deal with it academically.
and I read your response. What more do you want me to do? You want me to do advertisement for you?
No, no, no. I'm not asking you to do advertisement.
Come on.
I don't need that. You're not competent enough to advertise because not on this subject, maybe on Egypt, but not on Meriwether Kush. You're not competent
No, but
in
you know,
that area.
it's fine. I understand. But you know, the word amen or imen, that's Medu nature. You can talk about Meroitic Kush all day. That's Medu nature. So you can make some linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics and break down some twee words, but that's just not the way it works. And that's what the brothers are just showing you. And you even admitted a few times that there was some error. Then you can say Egypt is a
Brother,
child of Nubia.
first, I'm gonna say
Hey,
this because
Shaka, can you hear me? This is Brother
I'm
Reggie.
not gonna debate you and
Yeah,
argue with
we
you.
can hear you,
Uh,
Reggie. Go ahead, Reggie. You might as
Yeah,
well go
Okay,
ahead.
one
but
Go ahead.
second.
I'm
So,
just
Dr.
gonna
Issa,
say, do a little more reading,
Mm. Oh,
right? And
I
don't
read,
be so biased.
I read a lot, but I don't.
I said a little more, a little more. I didn't say
Yeah, but
you can't read. I said
it's
a
never
little more.
enough. It's not. But I thank you for calling. I appreciate that.
All right.
I'm not. And for the record, I don't know Dr. Combo. I never spoken to him in my life. Just so you might not think that this is like a team effort or something like that to go against you or anybody else. Just for your information.
All right. So I'm going to get off and let the other people talk. Have a good
Yeah.
day.
Thanks a lot for calling me, brother. I appreciate
All
that.
right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, brother Reggie, go ahead.
well, before I even start, if the sister has a question or a statement or something, I'd like to hear from her because it was hard for anyone uh, to add at this point. So I'll stop and let RP talk.
Well, thank you for that. Um, yeah, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how long that was gonna go. It was some stuff you was saying, Shaka, that I was gonna comment on, but golly, I want to just say it's an opinion. I don't want anyone to take this unkindly or whatever, but after a while, it just seems like the debating in public isn't necessarily doing anything good for Black people, whether they're conscious or unconscious. I think YouTube is doing something very, very suspicious and dangerous to our minds, which is having us become combative with each other no matter what the topic is. Like, I can leave here and go to another YouTube channel that's about Kemet or whatever spirituality, and people are fighting there. I can leave there and go to something about Africans in the diaspora and Africans on the continent, and they're fighting there, talking about whether we're considered a kata or not, or whether we should be Pan African or not, and name calling. And then I can leave there, and like a lot of times I venture into casually into the gossip world just to see what's going on, like, because I deal with young people, and I want to keep up with what they're exposing themselves to, and it's more fighting there. like people getting into it, the he say, she say, or just going back and forth online with each other about whatever discrepancies. And I'm not saying debate shouldn't be had per se, but I think in a public forum like this is on YouTube, it's doing something to us to again make us be less constructive with what we want to say. Um, and perhaps certain disagreements should be had offline. Like I think we're forgetting about the power of discretion and tact, because everybody can see this. Everybody can see it. People that are on the same page with us or not. And ultimately, they can weaponize these types of this type of back and forth that's going on. And from a technological standpoint, I don't know how Paul Mooney says, I don't know about the space program, but I have a feeling that a lot of this cacophony that we perhaps don't mean to create is doing something energetically to this algorithm that's sitting and watching and quantifying what we're doing for the promotion of whoever created these forums purpose. And it's not, I just don't think it's to our benefit. So I just want to add that and just say maybe we need to come up with a new codification, all the people who are academics and the people who are exploring into higher knowledge. I'm not good with history per se. I probably said that before. I don't remember dates well. I can remember events and, sub points or whatever. I mean, events and like little stuff within it. But like, I'm still learning, in other words. I'm still a student, and I'm sure a lot of people are students as well. But it's just, we got to minimize the conflict. And that's what's disturbing me. Like, there shouldn't be so much conflict. And maybe we could just take it offline when we disagree. I don't know. I'll mute for now.
And before I let Reggie on, I just want to say, sister, for you and for anybody else who might not know what was the situation. Um, there's a PhD in linguistics called Dr. Kambon, who is living in Ghana, and he teaches at the university over there. And he wrote a PDF, well, an article that's available in PDF form. He actually appeared on the journal from Ghana, and he critiqued the book written by Osei and Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Faraji, and I actually read the critique of Dr. Kambon. You see, so this is what happened, and I understand Dr. Jahi Issa is defending his work. His name is on it. Some people might feel like Dr. Campbell's critique was harsh. Actually, when I read Dr. Jahi Issa's response, he says at some point that it was haughtiness coming from Campbell. Basically, like, I'm specializing in linguistics. I'm a PhD in linguistics, so I'm going to focus on that. But Dr. Jahi was saying that, this multidisciplinary, and he also gave names of different authors who have made some research about, different parts of the continent, and also had similar hypothesis. And I'm like, this is like really a profane summary, because once again the response is available online. So I understand him. Maybe he did not really he said he saw parts of my video, so I don't know if he really realized that I merely read Dr. Campbell's critique, because it's true. I agree. If I want to criticize the book, I should read the book. It's the best thing to do. But it is not my critique. It is Dr. Kambon's critique, you see. And once again, he said a few times that at least I should have read the response. But like I explained, and he cannot believe me if he wants to. That's his right. But like I explained to people, I found out about their response shortly before I did the live stream. And so yes, and indeed, uh, I, I address Asylum Hotel because it's all good to talk about Shenkanta Diop University, but the guy Asylum Hotel is attacking Diop scholarship, on a very regular basis, even to the point of saying that he guessed, and if we talk about being serious, we have to be very careful who we associate ourselves with, and their credentials as well, because in academia you don't present people who don't have any degree in linguistics and they call themselves linguists, and they have the nerve to go against linguists and just saying that they are wrong. But once again, that's an associate. That's not the main premise, but I wanted it to be said for the record, because at some point it's like it's getting out of hand. And Asar will do a critique of Dr. Campbell's paper. You know what I'm saying? And they have, and it was said now, but they have some relationship. I don't have any relationship with Asar with Motel. Somebody in the chat said that I'm obsessed with Asar. Somebody will say the same thing about Farrakhan, the Nation of Islam, the Christians, the Jews, Hebrews, Israelites. I address what I feel necessary to address, what I want to address when it comes to history or religion. You know what I'm saying? So Farrakhan saying that we are disfigured, we are marked. You know, I address that. Somebody might just say, he's obsessed with it, but I'm just addressing what I feel is wrong or right. It's my right as a human being. But um, I don't really understand why people allow a fraud, some of that and plagiarism as well, not just attacking Sheikh Anta Diop and saying that Diop was wrong and saying that Diop was guess, but the guy plagiarized. And in academia, this is not to be accepted. If the guy's a known plagiarist, why does he get all these passes? So maybe it is those what is it called again? Those Sigma, Kappa, and all that. I forgot the name at the universities. Those fraternities.
Fraternities? Oh,
Yeah, maybe it's a fraternity issue. They stick to each other no matter what. But it's just getting out of hand when people who don't have degrees and claim to have some title, such as linguistic, attacking people who have degrees in those linguistics and plagiarizing, and they get a pass all the way, and then they go and do presenting at some conferences with scholars. I mean, where would he stop? But that being said, I respect the brother Jahi Issa because he came in, he didn't have to come in, he earned his PhD. It's something that I can admire and respect. And he's been doing the work for a long time, and I understand he feels some kind of way because his work was critiqued. What I'm saying, I really understand, and he's supposed to defend his work and his book. So I will leave it there, but go ahead, brother Reggie.
Well, first, since Brother Chris Harris is on, a peace, Brother Chris Harris. How are you?
What's going on, Reggie? How are you?
You know, you are one of my favorite young scholars. I don't have a critique on you. Things happen. I've been in your place several times. I've debated the same person. I knew what was going to happen. I know things how it happened, right? And I know frustration seeks in, and I've stood against the Moors where there was very few people uh, uh, supporting my work or even listening to my work. And Chris, this will only make you uh, be a giant, and I am rooting for you, right? Uh,
Thank you.
those things happen. When I was debating the Moors, it was just so many people against me. When I spoke, it would be heckles or it would be silence. When the other opponent spoke, it was roars as if it was right. And then even after that, even one of my elders actually said in the beginning that I did not win the debate, and I was like, "Excuse me, like, excuse me, you're basing it on what? You're basing it on the information, or you're basing it on style, right? So when you review my information, then come back. So I've never seen you, Chris Harris, bring anything that you could not substantiate. And I wish you would have just called me personally before the debate, and I would have uh, showed you what I tried to do in that when I debated him. Does the Black Church owe us reparations? Which is a very similar debate,
Hmm.
and what I did to stop the barrage of preaching. But I just wanted to tell you personally, you are one of the younger scholars that I actually respect.
Thank you.
To the sisters' comments, sister, you are correct in part. The problem is that at least when we dialogue, we don't shoot it out and stab it out and do what black men normally do. We are so much in our emotions, and so these debate forums, and I am a debater. I'm really a researcher, but I use my research to debate topics, and it has been I don't. If you know who I am, I'm Brother Reggie Mabry. They call me Doctor Reggie, but I'm Brother Reggie. So I have debated a lot of the big names. I know everybody on the House of Consciousness because I'm part of the House of Consciousness and as a presenter and a debater. So everybody that's out there, I agree about the algorithms. I agree all those points, but even we've done a phenomenal, almost a phenomenal work in getting us to talk about things that we would normally kill each other over, and so that's a great feat for us to deal with issues on the Nation of Islam, which is a big no-no, the Moorish Science Temple, which is a big no-no. Like these groups you can't go against, right? To go against the Hebrews, that was a big no-no. To go against Christians, that was a big no-no. And then to go after against some of our own internal conflicts, um, which Shaka Ndugu Kemet is talking about as to how do we present our information to be credible. But I do appreciate your comments. It's just that if there is no response, then we give the green light for Christianity, Hebrew, fake Christianity, uh, sometimes even fake Kemet to run amok without a discourse. So, do you have a comment to that? What I'm saying?
Um, I understand. I think I again, I think debate is good. I think it's not good when what I've seen, not necessarily just now, although there was a little bit it was a little bit lengthy for the other guests that came on, and I think he kind of forgot that he should have given Shaka a chance to respond. But as far as the emotional side of it, it wasn't so emotional like the other stuff I've been witnessing, which is what I was gonna hop on today about. Like, geez, like it's just people are going scorched earth with it, calling people names. People in the live chats are putting people down, talking about them personally. We like, I know Shaka, but I don't know Shaka like that. Like I'm not with him daily, and even if I was, what's the constructive result of insult, right? So I think that's more so what I'm speaking on, because I think insults and emotional responses when you disagree with someone scholastically, to me, it whittles down the scholastic value of whatever that person had to say to me. Now, some people might like that and be like, oh, because he showed out, I'm going to go over there with him. But me, I'm going to be like, you know what? I'll detour, because if you can't maintain that level of control in a debate, uh, it sort of invalidates, like, I think, do you base your research off of emotion as well, perhaps? So, it's kind of more so where I'm going. And again, I'm very defensive of black people, even when it comes to black people attacking other black people, in the sense of we just have to be more cognizant that we're being watched, and whatever these people that control these streams and control these platforms we're on, I suspect they're doing what they can to come up with more stuff to keep us divided. And if we keep feeding into that, even if we have valid information, we're just letting them know, hey, yes, it's working. So that's my response. But I agree with you. We should debate. Absolutely. We need some more self control, though.
So, which debate was you talking about that you've seen? Because Dr. Jahi Issa came on simply to really, I don't know, because I was asking to talk to him, and I don't know if he heard me, and so I'm pretty sure that he was having some communication problems that he couldn't hear or hear my mic, so I changed my
No,
mic.
but I think Brother Reggie, sorry to interrupt, but I don't think he would have talked to you. And Chris asked a few times to ask a question, and I I I felt like he wasn't gonna address any question
But
whatsoever.
did he
As a matter,
hear Chris? Did he hear Chris? Because I'm not so sure. Because I talked to Dr. Issa a lot, and
I think he heard it, but I cannot say I'm not in his mind. But
yeah, I
it,
don't.
it,
He's
it, it didn't
not
sound
like
to me
that.
like he was ready to deal with any other question. I think he really wanted to say, okay, I felt like you were biased, and you should have read, like he said, I should have read the book. But I'm not sure that he really understood that I merely read Dr. Campbell's critique. That I didn't make a critique on my own. So I heard what he had to say.
Okay, so these are talking points. So Dr. Issa came on your platform. He's
Mm,
Dr. Jahi Issa,
mm.
uh, and the conflict or the debate, the intellectual debate is with Dr. Uh, Obadeli Kambon and Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Salim Faraji, three
Raji,
professors.
and
Salim
of course,
Faraji, right?
Brother Osei. But Chris, you don't have to if you don't want to. But you were trying to ask a question. Do
Yeah,
you want to
what
say?
was the question?
Um,
If you want to say, it's up to you.
well, first of all, I want to say thank you, Dr. Reggie. I really appreciate everything that you said.
Brother Reggie for you. I'm just
Yeah, brother Reggie. And when Dr. Issa was on there, I was just going to ask him one question, and that was about writing a paper,
Well,
how to do.
sorry, Chris. He's just there. The brother is listening, and he wrote that he did not hear Reggie. I don't know if you heard Chris, however, but go ahead, Chris.
Okay, and I was going to ask him, and now that Reggie is here, I can ask Reggie instead. Um, and once again, I want to say thanks to Reggie for his support on
you're
what
always my
happened.
brother, Chris.
No
You're always
doubt. And just to clarify that, I want to clarify with this audience on what happened that day. And I kept it quite silent, right? Now, there was nothing that he was presenting in that with his argument about Christianity that I wasn't able to deal with. I felt like maybe, well, let me explain what happened first. I happened to just open up an email and it was my wife saying, quote unquote, she wanted a divorce in the email. So I was kind of like taken back by that, coupled with the fact that with all the technical issues, I was just like, you know what, I'm out. That's it. Because I got agitated from that. So me and the missus have been working on things to try to get those things situated because there's some things I've been neglecting with her. So that actually happened. I felt like he was okay, Dr. Issa, thank you. I felt like he was a little bit all over the place. It wasn't nothing that I couldn't handle. I think the only strategic thing that I did wrong in that debate was allowing him to stay the affirmative. I should have said, okay, you know what? I'm going to become the negative in this debate and just debunk everything that you have to say. Because when you're talking about 5th or 7th century Ethiopia and their conversion, you're talking about participants in the religion of Christianity. And just to clarify something about Christianity, which I was telling Brother Shaka today, the Christianity that they had in the 3rd or 2nd century or 1st century as it penetrated through North Africa after the fall of Carthage was not necessarily the same Christianity that we have today. The Christianity that we have today comes through the Piso-Flavian dynasty, in which they had to create one person in order to get everybody to worship him. Many of the places where they run, like Pliny, Suetonius, Tacitus, I was willing to deal with them, but that's going to be another place and another time, because when those things are understood in the correct political context, you would understand none of those things are talking about a man named Christ. Let's be honest here. Christianity begins with a man named Christ. You could talk about ancient Palestine all you want. It means nothing. You have to show us original writings of them writing about a man named Jesus. or Yahawashai or whatever it is. And if we see the Edict of Sardaica happening because of all the violence that was going on within the realm of Rome, and it did not just legalize Christianity, it legalized all the pagan religions until the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Sardaica, the Council of Chalcedon, so on and so on and so on, until the correct uniformity was formed with the churches, etc. So those things were easy. But what I was going to ask Dr. Reggie is, instead of me always debating, since he's here and he's considered the elder on the panel, I'm going to call you. I'm going to get your email address and send you my number. I want to learn how to write a scholastic rebuttal paper. You understand what I'm saying? I just want to learn how to write a scholastic rebuttal paper, because I remember when you wrote to Dr. Carrier, when you wrote your letter to Dr. Carrier, addressing when he said that Blacks that associate themselves with Kemet are usually part of Black extremist groups. I really love that, because that is the proper way you do things. You address them scholastically, hence the term, the pen is mightier than the sword. I'm going to ask you that, and I'm going to learn how to do that, instead of always wanting to refute somebody on YouTube, as the sister was saying. We should learn how to be better scholars moving forward. Okay, so I do want to address Dr. Issa on some things, though, because many times when I see our beloved brother, and I'm happy that he went to college, because I have a master's degree in engineering, every time I see him come around, a lot of times when I hear him come around, he speaks about himself a lot, and he speaks about what he's accomplished, his degrees, etc. But I do feel like Brother Shaka is making a valid point when he says, when you do such things, you have to hold everybody in your camp accountable for the same things. And here's what I'm saying. If you have somebody who has been caught plagiarizing, you have to address that. Because I can go into old videos when you were arguing with Shaka, speaking with Reggie. As of right now, speaking to Brother Shaka, where it is you, I don't want to call it browbeating, but it seems a little ad nauseum that you'll continue to tell somebody what they haven't done, what they haven't done, what they haven't done. And it began to sound like you were going in circles, beloved. What I would love for you to do is explain the fact, and not skip the fact that you have a person who is not a certified linguist or linguist on your team, and he's on your webpage. And that's fair to ask from somebody who's learning. And I actually want to ask him about the Masoretic text, because I don't believe it's a 3rd century text. I just don't believe that. I just don't want to believe that, because it makes it seem as if, people of Kush came in here and started writing like this when it's been around for hundreds of thousands of years. So that's what I want to ask. I want to say thanks to the sister. Thanks, Brother Reggie. Let's try and be a little bit more scholastic and a little bit more honest on how we present ourselves to the public too, because these are public forums. There you go.
Well, I would like to comment on some things about writing. So, one of the people, actually, there's several people that that looked at me as friends, as they saw me on Sarnetta Studios, and they told me to write, or to begin to write more. Right. One of them, of course, was actually Dr. Kyrene Wright, uh, who wrote a very innovative a novel book on Booker T. Washington. And so, for the time periods that I was talking to her, she was actually, well, let me see your writing, right? Let me see if you can write, and she looked at my writing. Another was Patrick DeLisis, who's uh, a long-time adjunct at Hunter College on Black Studies, who was in a Ph.D. program, and I wrote with him earlier on with pieces on Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan when we was getting his bibliography together, and then he critiqued uh, uh, some of my writing. And then there was Dr. Jahi Issa himself, who I've written several articles with under Dr. Jahi Issa, because he's the PhD and I'm just the co-contributor, even though some of the work was my work itself, but he had the technical expertise. So to write, one thing is okay. Writing in a journal is is very difficult because we have very few black journals, and we have very few black journals that actually take scholars who are not in programs. So so we did have the Journal of Pan African Studies. The other journals, Dr. Malefi Kiti Asante's journal is more of a university journal, and they take students in programs. We don't have that many journals. So, Chris, journal writing is very difficult. And then we have the European journals who hardly use us, but one of my good friends, Jed M. Ankh, uh, just uh, wrote an abstract, and he was accepted to the Egyptologist journal, and he got rave reviews, and I worked with him on that. So the issue is, how do we write? We could write and just publish. We can do it on Academia Edu because we leave a record. And so when you publish something on Academia Edu, it's not peer reviewed, but it gets your writing out. You can write on a blog. And a lot of the things, like, for example, you're very technical. So people, when you're doing a presentation, people are just listening to things that they're hearing the first time, and they don't see a footnote, and so they can't verify it. So, or you can use a platform like I used the platform to um, to to show a paper that I was writing to Dr. Carrier, that I sent comments to Dr. Carrier, letting him know exactly what the issues are. So writing is our best tool, but it doesn't go to the YouTube audiences. So don't look for you writing something and lots of times it's buried. Scholars and people look for footnotes, and trying to strengthen their own work, look at written work. Presentations, or they're not permanent. Writing is permanent.
Right.
So then when you do write, and you write large papers, like the person that Shaka is talking about, then people are able to see, follow the trail to see if this is your original work, or you are catching up to someone else's work, and you're referencing someone else's work heavily, or sometimes without credit. I don't think that. Listen, I know I saw Imhotep. He's really not a bad person at all. He's a person struggling to get his views out. He chooses writing. Uh, he he's not as relevant as people are making him. Sometimes you're giving him power. The fact of the matter is that he's not evil. He's just not a person. You know, he used the power to pen to
He's just dishonest, that's all, and he's
he what
articulate.
he what.
He's just dishonest and articulate. When you
Right.
Well,
He's honest.
plagiarize, when you plagiarize more than once, I mean, when you plagiarize, you do it on purpose. You know what I'm saying? And he's known to have been dishonest. I mean, him saying, for example, him saying that Theophilo Benga doesn't have a PhD, I'm sorry, doesn't have a degree in linguistics. Is it not being dishonest? And he's saying that just as an excuse for him not having a degree in linguistics. When I asked him if he had a degree in linguistics, he replied, "I have a degree in computer science." And we dealt with linguistics. That's being dishonest. That's being disingenuous. I didn't ask him if he studied computer science. He wants people to think that he has some degree in linguistics.
yeah, there are problems with that, and here's the thing. Here's the domains. It's the YouTube world, and then it's the academic world. In the academic world, these things actually really hurt you in the academic world. They actually help you hurt you very, very badly. And sometimes people get really emotional and they make mistakes that changes their life and can change their careers, right? Um, and so some me, I have debated him. See, here's the difference. I actually have debated him, right?
At ASCAC, right?
Well, that was one of the debates. I started off with Netter Neb, and looking at Netter Neb's work and what Saul was saying, and I found out why Netter Neb was correct. And then I found out that Saul Imhotep had just disregarded the feminine T rule in the context of Kemet, and so that began this long conversation between Asar and Ujawu, right? And it became very, very nasty. Comes to the point where people say, I don't know enough, I haven't read enough, condescending type of things. And,
They
you
said that to everybody. They say that they have comprehension issues. I mean, he told the brother James, "You don't have anything to say. You just need to be quiet and go and study and go and
yeah,
read." Basically, we have to read their literature in order to address the
yeah,
topic.
Christians
But
say that too.
let me
Muslims say
ask you,
that
Reggie,
too.
please. Sorry to interrupt, but I would like to have your opinion. Sam Hotep said that Sheikh Diop guessed with his comparative work because he met someone who said that we're not sure about the role of words that he used. How do you feel about Osama Hotep saying that Dr. Sheikh Diop guessed? How do you feel about that?
I say in that context, Asar Imhotep is not, his words are not relevant to Cheikh Anta Diop's work. You can go to Metropolitan Museum of Art and you can see them showcasing in a whole exhibit Cheikh Anta Diop's work. At some point, a person's comments is just not relevant. Um, Moors, Christians, Hebrews say a lot of things about me. They're not relevant. So I'm not going to get upset with him. I'm going to say, well, at some point, some of these things going to come back to bite you. In where it really counts, where it really counts is this network of intellectuals and thinkers is a very small, particularly black. It's a very small group of people within the hundreds, invisibly, maybe about 50 or so, right? When you start saying things like that, what happens is that people stop listening to you for conferences, presentations. They start denying you. They start marginalizing you. Why? Because they don't want the argument. YouTube, like the sister said, is a whole nother animal. YouTube, you can run amok. But where it really, really, really counts is in your field that you say that you're in. Where are your colleagues and your support, and and how does that work within your career, right? If that's the career that you are choosing, the worst thing is for you to get marginalized and marginalized and people avoid you, and unfortunately that does happen. I'm marginalized. I'm marginalized on a lot of my work, and Dr. Issa is marginalized on a lot of his work. We talk about the illegal slave trade. Everybody wants to talk about the legal slave trade. When it comes to reparations, me and Dr. Jahi Issa is marginalized. We talk about the time period where most Africans came into the United States was after, wasn't 1776 into that period, wasn't during the British period. There was only about 1.5 million Africans that came into this country enslaved. The bulk of Africans came in after slavery, the transatlantic slave trade was ended. They came in through the illegal slave trade through Texas up the Missouri River, right? And they came in illegally, and that has a lot to do with our reparations fight. But people who don't want reparations to be successful uh, disregard the work Dr. Jahi Issa has done, and myself has done, and Dr. Gerald Horn has done, and a number of other scholars that have done on the illegal slave trade. Du Bois started it. Uh, W.E.B. Du Bois started it. So you know what it is. It's about money. It's about these cabals, these information cabals, and it's about straight up racism, right? And reparations. They don't want reparations to be successful. They in American law, yeah, their crimes like murder and like these commercial crimes that don't have a statute of limitations, but then the wrong reparation cases come up, and they're pushed by the people who want to destroy reparations, and and so it becomes a strategy: minimize the people with the right arguments, promote the people with the poor arguments, so that you can create legal precedent. I'll stop.
Yeah, I saw recently. I think they just awarded something to the Native Americans again. But Reggie, I would like to ask you just have your opinion. Whether you agree or disagree. It's fine. Uh, how do you feel about me reading Dr. Campbell's critics? Do you feel it's biased? Do you feel like I should have read the book?
Well, I well, no, you could read Dr. Cambon's response if you didn't read the book. If you didn't read the book, you can read the response. You should also read. It's not an advertisement, but uh, uh, just to show equity, you should read the response of Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Faragi on Dr. Kambon. You should, just so that people won't be one-sided, right? So they can understand, and then people should go back and read the book. The problem with reading books is that you got to buy the book. Some people can, some people can't. But when there are arguments, you can go and read Dr. Cambone's response, and you could read the response of Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Salim Faraji. Why? Because from their responses, you can learn. You don't have to make a decision, but you can see where both groups of people are coming from, so it's balanced. So I would say read both responses, and then if you're inclined, then you could make a commentary after you've read the book. So I've read both of their responses. I think uh, both of their responses are needed. We learn a lot. We learn a lot about uh, how one person is positioned in his understanding of ancient Egyptian languages. We learn others who have a different discipline, who are not linguistic but look at the material culture and the record of um, Africans of the Nile moving through other regions. And then it's my own work where men is you see men in the Custal incense burner, so we know that that is ancient. It is the parents of ancient Egypt, and so we know men existed as a phonetic sound prior to ancient Egypt in the Nubian, uh, uh, the so-called Nubian, because Nubia is a fake term, but the parents of ancient Egypt, as they were getting together, and Men himself is a pre-dynastic deity. Now, how Men uh, morphs throughout Africa? Well, we have portable culture, we have cattle, we have Africans warring with each other, Africans trading with each other. So we can see these concepts move. And so I can learn from both papers, but Dr. Issa and Dr. Farity did make a response and now make their points. So we will see what if Dr. Cambone and Dr. Issa and Dr. Farity could have some type of settlement and or we can have a conference or so.
And just for the record, once again, I wasn't aware at all of the response, and this is the reason why I'm sharing the screen now, because this is a website. It's origin. Is it the original? It's origin of the word amen.com. And as I say, I was looking for the picture, and when I went on Google Image, that's the picture that I've seen with the two different, the leather cover and the other cover. And so that's when you have the picture, you see the website. And I saw, oh, they have a website, origin of the word amen. And their rebuttal, that's the way it's presented. Their response, let's say, it says, why read the origin of the word amen? So when I saw that, I'm like, okay, just making some points. And then as we can see, it says, download for free our Amani paper on the origin of the word amen. But this is actually the link to the response. You know what I'm saying? So it's difficult to know that something exists if it's not even titled that way. But that's just for the record. Those who want to believe me can believe me. Those who don't want to believe me, they don't have to. It's cool.
Yeah, well, the book is for purchase, and it began its work on some novel work of a Ghanaian who looked at his own language, and detected these uh, ancient Egyptian words in his own language, and
Presumably.
no, it's plausible. You have to say presumably. You could okay. You have a right to say presumably. Now, is it? I used another word, plausible.
Hmm.
So um, there are lots of things that are given to the cultures of the Akan people that are not indigenous to them. Uh, there's the North African trade routes. Kente cloth is not indigenous to them, right? That type of weaving. The symbols are indigenous to them, but not necessarily the cloth. The cloth is on the trade routes, and many people can rightly say that the cloth designs are actually from the Hebraic people on the North African route, and that is an innovation that the people use innovations from other people to do different things. The symbols themselves, the Adinkra symbols, are largely part indigenous to them, but you find them in North Africa, and and so it has a lot to do with gold weighing on the trade routes of North Africa. The concepts of the Njinka symbol are concepts throughout Africa, but they use symbols to do whole concepts and words and parables. And so you look at the material culture, and you make these type of analysis. But so the word "men" it morphs into other words like "emen," right? You can see it in uh, in the Meta Nature as what they detect as menace, uh, whether it's a title, right, or a person. Looks to me more like a title, meaning the established person, the the established, right? And it's a concept that was in the Nakata Nubia period that Nermer uh, ended up borrowing because he came from that culture. He wasn't Egyptian. Nermer wasn't Egyptian. Nermer was from the Nakata in Nubia and that was his journey, and then he established a state. So men is the one who establishes, the establisher. That would be a proper term for that person. Where it comes from is who the deity men is, and you can find men on a Kustal incense burner, and you can find pre-dynastic statues of this man with a huge, well, I'll say a third leg, that they worshipped.
As we were talking, I was looking for. You have Dr. Jahi Issa who wrote Cultural Diffusion is Common Among Humans. Um, I think Chris had to go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See you later, brother Chris. As you were talking, because you mentioned the Kente cloth, I was looking for this video. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it, but I know I have it uploaded. It's from the Louvre Museum, and you have a an Egyptian, is dark skinned Egyptian. Because they like to show the the light skinned one with the red ochre and other coloring has faded away, and he wears something that's very similar to what we would call the dashiki or kente cloth. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. And indeed, we have um, Anthony Browder, who's doing digging around Nubia. Uh, he showed a symbol which is like I think it's the Odinkra symbol uh, that was from some either Egypt or Nubia, and that was interesting. Now, uh, I think it's one of the latest presentation he did actually.
I seen the
Yeah,
presentation, and I just think that it's uh, it's overstated, and so I don't know if he's if he was in the tomb of the 25th dynasty and he finds a symbol that he believes is the Guillaume, or I mean, sorry, the Sankofa symbol. Um, and the Sankofa symbol is very popular. But the fact of the matter is, in ancient Egyptian culture or Tawi culture, the symbol is basically Bat, the same woman that you see on the Nermer palette. It's a bot. It's a bot figure, a bot pendant. So it has nothing to do directly with West Africa at that time period. Now, West Africa certainly could have gotten that symbol through um, a number of time periods, maybe maybe directly from the period when Mentuhotep goes to Chad, and as they relate to uh, writing and symbols, it can get diffused because we haven't seen all. We only have one piece of the 10th, 11th dynasty Mentuhotep, 12th dynasty Mentuhotep in Chad, so we don't know how much of the information passed, but we know we have portable art. So they have a Dinkra female figure, a fetish female figure that they call a Dinkra doll that looks like the Ankh. So it could have been through that period. It could have been through the period where Egypt fell, and then you have lots of North Africa using a lot of material from ancient Egypt uh, during the Greek mystery system period and the trade. So it could have went down to North Africa. The fact of the matter is, West Africa in itself is relatively young for the peopling because of what happened during the sub-Saharan slave trade, and so you have groups of people who went deep south to survive Islam come back and retake areas of land. So the icon themselves is not that old, and so I think that if he presents the material, he should present the material and then give it to the scholars or researchers to make an analysis. But he can do whatever he wants to do. I mean, for our people are so fragile that they take images without looking at whole periods of time periods and looking at all of the models. So our people are so fragile to want to believe and to worship and to without doing the work. And I'm against that stuff. I'm against that spirituality stuff. I think that's very individual. Africa's form of spirituality was serve the king. If you serve the king, He would give you an offering, a Hotep Dinar Sud, an offering that the king gives for burial that will allow you on your spiritual journey. It wasn't because of your individual BS, it's because you served the people and the king and the nation. All this individual spirituality is more like Christianity disguised. I said it.
And that's where we disagree.
Oh, we disagree?
Yes, we have talked about it so many times.
What do you disagree about? Let the
Well,
people know.
when you use the term BS, referring to the Kemetic spirituality, and every time I can do the same thing and talk
No, we
about.
can't. Me and you, okay, we
I
both
can
know.
always talk about Dr. Rikedi Amen, who is a Hemet Necher. She's a priest, a Kemetic priest, but
Yeah,
that
you
is
don't
not
know
a
her
problem.
personally, so don't.
It's
Yeah,
true, but I mean, I don't know her personally, but it is
yeah.
stated
Well,
publicly
we can
for the
just do it.
record that she
We can
is
do
a
it. Me
priestess.
and you, we can do it right now. What's the term for spirituality in Kemet, and what's the text?
I'm not aware of a word for spirituality, but what difference does it make? Reketi Amen is a Hemet Neche.
Oh,
She
you're
is a
looking at
priest,
people.
but
We do the work.
you're not criticizing her for being a priestess, but you criticize other Kemetic people for being priests. We know why. You said it many
She
times, and
doesn't
I agree.
promote.
I
She
agree.
only promotes the study of the ancient Egyptian text. What she promotes privately about her own of her own thinking um, is it's respectful. But do you have a paper where she's promoting it? Do you have a video where she's promoting it? You don't have all of that. I know that she participated with the Kemetic group in Chicago. I'll think of the name in the Kemetic Institute of Chicago, um, with Dr. Jacob Carruthers. I know she participated with that group as they, and then ASCAC had a kind of provision to study the work, to give the people who want to believe in spirituality some accurate work. But when I talk to you, don't bring up a person, bring up a paper, let's bring up the terms.
I'm sorry, but
So
her title is enough. And you said yourself, you mentioned the Chicago group, and you mentioned also that entity within ASCAC. So it's not a mystery. She is a Kemetic priestess, but she gets a pass. And like I said, that's where we disagree, and we have talked about it many times. Now, indeed, I agree. Of course, someone that claims to be a Kemetic priest must have a certain level of knowledge of the meta nature. Of course, it doesn't mean being fluent. It's difficult to be fluent in the meta nature, but more than what we've been seeing so far. I'm talking about the knowledge of the meta nature. That's clear, and I agree with you on that. But your stance is clear regarding religion or spirituality. Your stance is
yeah,
clear.
well,
But
my
but
whole
but
thing is,
I will appreciate. And I mean, you're the master of your destiny. But I think it would be fair if you don't go that hard against Kemetic people when you don't do the same, or you don't seem to do the same
well,
with
I
the
have a
other
rule,
Abrahamic believers.
but my rule is if you don't have any demonstrated expertise on the language or the writing of the Nile Valley, not the language but the writing, uh, then you can't call yourself any of that. So if you
I
can't,
agree. I agree.
so
But
let's
like for
so
example,
outside of that, I don't attack Infidisi Jehudimas. Um, he has a statement all in Metanetia about being spiritual warriors, right? It's well written and it's in the Metanetia. That's an incredible feat to do a modern day uh, uh, thinking using all metal nature. I don't critique Dr. Ricchetti. Her work stands for herself. She is an incredible woman, incredible scholar first, and then well, woman first because that is in a higher order, and then she's an incredible scholar, and her expertise on the text is incredible. I don't criticize Asar and Ka because Asar and Ka has, as a young brother, attempted to find the text that the ancient Egyptians or the people of Tawi actually used. So, and his meta nature is very very good. And so I only and then I don't attack people uh, who have good character, even if I don't disagree. I don't attack the brother who's the head of the shrine of Anu. Um, uh, he has shown me that he has good character. He'll listen to the argument, right? He may not agree with me, but he will listen to the. He will try to be a good judge, right? I've never seen him, even though I've said harsh things about Kemetic people. He's not come up and said anything directly, and I've talked to him personally. People underneath him, that's another story. But he himself, he has good character. Professor Small is not an expert in the meta nature, but has studied very many spiritual systems. I don't critique him. He's my teacher. Um, there are only little minor points that I disagree, but 95% of the work that he's done, I agree, and he gets better year after year. So, but the people who have no demonstrated expertise in the metal nature, who I have big criticisms for that. You want it, like I'll tell you, even though you know the meta nature, this word spirituality is a European construct. Show me, we can debate, but you show me in text where they are saying that they are spiritual. Show me what text you want to bring
Yeah,
up.
I understand where you're coming from, definitely. But spirituality, I've said it a few times. This is a word that our people, amongst the conscious community people, and most of our people who used to be Abrahamic, they like to use that word because they want to detach themselves from religion. Because we know what our experience has been. We're talking about, uh, thousands of years of slavery with this Abrahamic belief system combined. So they like to say, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, but the practices of Kemet or Tawi could be labeled as religion. I don't have a problem with that. They were definitely real serious with it. It was regular. It was consistent. We have the depiction. We have the writings. There was several rituals. So it is a reality. But I understand they don't want to use the word religion. They will use spirituality. But you said yourself. You respect Jeuti Mess. um I'm sorry, Mfudishi Jehoti. Uh, you respect his work, and he talks about spirituality. So you 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 don't follow any religion. I understand. You know, but you don't
Well,
need to attack.
Impedici Jehudi Mas, I'm younger than him. I'm 20 something years younger than him. I see him often and we talk often, right? He has the same rule. His rule is if you don't know the Medu Nature, then you are limited. We have the same rule. Now, me and him, we can talk about specific things. And if you've seen the last thing where I did on Sonetta Studios, Brother Sonetta's channel with
at the
Infidel,
museum.
yeah, you
Yeah,
see,
I've seen it. I've
we
seen it.
talk and we can see agreement. Sometimes we don't have to totally disagree. Sometimes we can agree to disagree, and so I don't. My whole critique, and Dr. Issa has said something. He has said something over here. Serving the king is serving the nation. The king comes from a family that has the most powerful clan in the corporate world, and I agree with that as far as understanding the practices of Africans throughout. They serve their divine kings. They
And you
they
said
don't
the
have,
kings were crazy.
huh?
And you said the kings of Kemet were crazy.
No, the priests were crazy.
No, the kings. You said it on my platform when we talked about the pyramids.
No, when it comes to building pyramids, yeah. When it comes to pyramids and not defending themselves, yeah. One pyramid, two pyramid, three pyramid, that's
You,
great.
you,
Not
I don't think it's
don't take
fair.
me out of
To,
context. You
no,
want
no. Oh, I mean, people can. I mean, I can't remember which video it is, but I didn't put any
no?
special title.
I
But you
studied
first,
ancient Kemet. My whole thing is if you're using the uh the labor of your people to deify yourself, and there are other concerns like food, like defense, right? Then you're a bad king,
well,
and
but
hurry up
the
and
thing
get
is
it.
that we don't have any indication that food was lacking.
Yes, we do.
We
We have the famine stella. We have several texts. We have the we after the famine stella. I mean, before the
but
famine
no,
stella, we have Antefi. We
but
have
not
Antefi. We have the whole
not
12th dynasty.
is it because of the construction of the pyramids? No.
No,
So
it's
so
it's
so.
it's
Mhm.
it's, it's part of that. It's
Well, I don't know because we
well, I
have the
do.
text. Okay, so are you saying because they built the pyramid they lacked food?
Yeah, because it was in the best interest of their labor that they were one, they were being attacked, and two, they could have put in their engineering and ingenuity into something that would be long term instead of deifying the king.
But it's probably the longest documented empire ever.
Yeah,
This
with
is
the
a
faith.
testament. And when you say about defense, and they did not they defended themselves, I think it's really unfair. If people attack you, and there's so many people attack you, and you just happen to be conquered, it's not your fault. It's the fault of the conqueror. You cannot put that on them. It's really unfair. It's like tomorrow people snatch you up the street, they kidnap you, they send you somewhere, they kill you, and I'm saying, well, brother Reggie, he was too busy criticizing Kemetic people instead of defending himself. He wouldn't have got kidnapped and sent to a basement and killed. That's just completely
Well,
unfair.
okay, so I'll give you a model. Anytime that you want to have a conversation on it, you can. It is the instructions of King Kedi, Nasut Kedi, to his heir Merikari. That text became the coffin text, and that text ultimately became the Book of the Dead or the Purdam Haru. In that text, it talks about the responsibilities of a king, not like Ptahhotep, where it talks about how you should live as a citizen, right? And you should follow the Wat and Ankh, right? The path of life, right? And you should be a guru ma. That is the domain of the human citizen. Merikari talks about the role of the king and what a king should do. And when Mentuhotep's people ultimately defeated Kedi's people, it left the delta free for the Asiatics to come in. So we can argue text. I mean, I have a good knowledge of the text, and so we don't have to argue opinions. We can argue King's statements. I like to argue the statements of the king, and I can show it to you in the metametric. So,
But what's the correlation with the accusation that people of Kemet did not defend themselves well enough?
yeah,
And I
well,
deserve to be criticized for that. I mean, they were attacked. They were attacked. If I was to make an analogy, it's like me saying, well, the our ancestors, the brothers and sisters in Africa, they failed to defend themselves, and the Europeans captured them and sent them to the New World. Would that
yeah,
be fair?
yeah. I think the Shekanta Diop in pre-colonial Africa, I think he makes those points. Africans were feudal. He criticized the divine kingship model. Um, his other books talks about trying to correct it with a federated Africa. Um, the text that I am talking about was of King Kedi. King Kedi's situation was basically if you fail in Ma'at, right, your opponent in Ma'at, you should be killed. And 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 he talked about attacking the Asiatics until they abhor Egypt, right? So that they don't want to come back, murder them, kill them, right? They know who they are. They're like crocodiles on his bank, right? Lo, the miserable Asiatic, right? He attacks without warning, right? So we have the text. You want to talk to me, good brother? You pull out the text as your arguments. Otherwise, we're just talking. Because you're a meta nature student, meta nature, I respect your meta nature. I respect your work. We have the boundary stella of Sinwar Set, right? Sinwar Set said if you don't protect our borders, then you're not a subject of mine. You're not a son of mine. So we
But
have
Brother Reggie, can
yes,
we say that the people of Kemet did not protect their borders? Being conquered doesn't mean you did not protect your border. It just means that the other party just prevailed.
no, Pianki. We have the text of Pianki. Yeah, we have the text of Pianki, and Pianki goes and I forgot the new do Technut or Technuff or something like that. Who's siding with the Assyrians, right? So he basically comes into Egypt formal from Nubia, and then he tries to he retakes Egypt, and he gets those people that were siding with the Libyans and the Assyrians, and so we have Taharka. Taharka now, who is an heir in that family, he fights the Assyrians, and then the famous complaint to Amun, to Amen, that you promised me these things in my coronation, and they were not true. What I asked you to do is protect my family, make them allow them to live. But he complained to Amun, and then in the periods when they went back to Nubia, they went back to their old traditional deities, and they it took them a while, but they left. They created another script, and they went back to their own uh, native native languages in their regions, and so this is after Sparta. Sparta was a Theban, and then later they made diplomatic considerations, and that's Dr. Farage's work, where the Arabs was coming in and they joined the Byzantines, and King Soko converted to Christianity for diplomatic reasons to help stop the Arab invasions. So there are a lot of considerations. We have the text, we have the information.
Then there was a Bact Treaty where they were supposed to send 360 slaves every year to Muslim Egypt, which Dr. Wesley Mohammed labeled as being the victor, having the leverage. So they determined the terms of the treaty, of
Yeah,
the
and Dr.
agreement.
Dr. John Henry Clark was the first to teach us as a professor of mine
But
about
that just doesn't make sense at all. When you're the victor,
what
when you
doesn't.
have the Wesley Mohammed in his book Black Arabia and the African Origin of Islam,
Yeah.
when addressing the Bact Treaty, he showed the terms. There's other terms, but the most striking one, the most important one, at least for me, is that Nubia was to send 360 slaves every year to Muslim Egypt.
Yeah.
And Wesley Muhammad wrote that the Nubians were the victor, they had the leverage, so they determined the terms of the agreement. And that to me is close to being insane.
Well,
how you gonna have a fight against somebody? You are victorious. You determine the term, and you say, well, you know what? I won the battle. I won the fight. I won the war. So I'm going to send 360 slaves every year to you.
well, so you have to read. There is a actual text of the governor of Egypt talking to the king of Dongola at that time, reminding him of a treaty that was formed to stop the Arabs from attacking, which was basically like, send us tribute and we won't get hungry. We won't attack you. And so that was the terms. Now the Arabs at first seemed to be asking, well, the people that you are in conflict with, the other Africans that you're in conflict with, them, give us those people. Don't kill them. Give us those people, right, as slaves. Um, uh, and at that time, it might have seemed okay, because normally Africans don't have prisons. When they capture you, you either become a retainer or you die. So that's the lure of slavery. It's a very complicated thing that got Africans involved, because normally Africans, when they're fighting, when they defeat a king that's in conquest, they would kill them all, kill men, women, children, babies, everybody. um, uh, Slavery presented an alternative. Well, okay, we won't kill them. You want them, take them. We don't want to ever see them again. That is a very seductive part analysis that people don't look at in the human psychology, because certainly Africans will kill every group. If you're a divine king, I'm fighting your God, my God against your God. I'm killing all your worshipers. That's just
I,
something in
I
ancient practices.
don't agree. I don't agree with that. It might have happened in some
Wait,
places, but
you cannot not agree. You're going to have to tell me a source that that's not true.
you shoot the burden of proof is on the claimant. So you can
No,
show me some source. You can show me some source where, as a rule, Africans, when they engage in war against fellow Africans, when they won, they kill everybody. I'm not aware of that,
okay.
including
So
babies.
yeah,
But
so
but but do you agree with Wesley Mohammed that when the
oh,
back treaty, sorry, what was established, that the Nubians were the victor? Do you agree? And that they determined that they would send 360 slaves every year
the
to.
context, the whole analysis of a treaty is a treaty. It's a settlement with its terms. So the invader or the conqueror sets the terms. His analysis in that case is not a good analysis. Analysis, if there's a treaty, that means we come to a conclusion where both groups don't fight, so we come to a settlement. What do you want, and what do we want? And this settlement lasted for 400 to 500 years, until the Arabs began to say, claim, you're not giving us what you promised on the treaty, and so
Indeed.
we're going to encroach on your land.
Mm,
And then they started doing that,
mm,
encroaching on that land.
mm.
Um,
Well, I agree
so
with you. It's not a good
so
analysis,
I
good
can
euphemism, but
yeah. So as a to supplement what I've said, I have information on King Xana fighting fighting the people who they were trying to Christianize, fighting them, uh, um, and basically fighting them, basically uh, enslaving some and eradicating them. We have King Azana going and fighting Moreau, or what was left of Moreau, right? Eradicated, eradicated Moreau, eradicated. There's nothing standing in Moreau. There's no record, right? We have that. We have the Akan Wars and the festivals where the Ashanti um, would would kill hundreds of people during a festival, one of the festivals, the Yam Festival. The So my proposition is well supplemented, and then we have it in the Near East world where we have it on the in the Near East world where we have it on the Meshe tablet where the Moabs are trying to completely annihilate every man, woman, and child of the so-called Israel groups of people. So these things are not these things are not uncommon. The Egyptians, unfortunately, they were less brutal. They were actually less brutal than a lot of the other groups of people, even in their manners of war. They didn't sneak attack you. They did formations. They announced when they was going to attack you. Uh, they bathed before bloodshed. They bathed after bloodshed. Um, and so we have their writings, at least the ones that they said, but they did hack off hands and feet and things like that, um, and they did execute people. So I have records. So when you, it's time
That's
and
not the same
material.
as everybody, including babies, though. But if you don't mind, I just want to show to the people just so that they can see
Host.
uh, what I was talking about. This is the book Black Arabian. I asked the PDF. I have the book somewhere. I mean, I read the book. He challenged me to debate. I accepted. Then he backed down. That's his right and his choice. Um, uh, so here we have the terms. Now we have number one, the citizen of each country are allowed free passage to the other with security guaranteed by the host country. Number two, a mosque was to be built in Nubia and a church in Egypt. And number three, 360 slaves annually sent by Nubia to Egypt. And we are told that it's in exchange for wheat and wine and cloth. So, and later on here it says, um, this part of the agreement is often described as a tribute imposed on the hapless Nubians by the lustful Muslim slavers, a covert plan to eventually conquer Sudan. But this interpretation completely fails to take proper notice of a simple fact. The Nubians were the victors and therefore had the leverage. So there it is. And this is a PhD, Dr. Wesley Mohammed, who wrote that. And actually, even before that, no, I don't want people to see that. Hold on. Before that, he talked about the Coptic Christians welcoming the the Muslims as welcoming them as some sort of saviors. A bit
Well,
of
do you have a
romanticizing,
primary
but
source? Do you have a
primary
primary
source for
source?
what? For what?
What Wesley Muhammad is saying. Let's see his sources. Go back to that. So
Uh,
let's see.
he's talking. Well, I will put it back up, but he's talking about the Bact Treaty.
Yeah, I know what he's
Uh,
talking about. I want to see his
yeah.
sources. What is
Well,
he?
to my knowledge, there isn't any original copy. I mean, there's mention of it on some writings, but I don't think there's any original of the Back Treaty, to be
Yeah,
denying
well,
it.
see, that's why you deal with someone like me, who's a researcher, who will show you a primary subject. So I want to see Wesley Muhammad's thing, and I'll show your audience a
Well,
actual primary source.
the the Back Treaty is usually, I would say, most historians in the world agree with the authenticity of the Back Agreement. It's like with the Bible,
You're
the,
missing
with,
an
the-
opportunity.
with
You're
the
missing an
Bible,
opportunity. See,
we don't have any originals for the writings of the books of the Bible, but people still believe in them.
no, but
Nobody's dis.
did you hear what I said?
You ask for some primary.
I asked you to see what his. First of all, when a person makes a point, then if it's not their point, then they footnote it. I want to see his sources.
Okay,
Then I will show you a primary source. So there
Well,
are,
well, well.
yeah.
I don't have the footnote right. I mean, I can always put it back up, but it might take some time to find out the appropriate footnote.
I want
But
to see the footnote. Put it back up.
yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, so he
I
says 803 and
but
804. He says the back treaty blacks twice on national fronts caused the Arabs to adopt a peaceful relationship with these countries lasting 600 years. 804. The 600-year peace was a result of a Baka agreement signed by both parties at the conclusion of the 651-652 battle. The Bak was a non-aggressive pact and a trade agreement between Muslim Egypt and Nubia terms that was determined by the victors, Nubia, right? So he doesn't footnote that, and so that's a problem. Okay, so
but
then
we have a few footnotes here. We have an
no,
author
I
called
want to
Lat
see 803 and 804. Go down.
803 and 804. 803 is that's Walter Williams' discussion of black civilization.
Okay, so that's not
Uh,
primary, that's secondary, and
eh, eh,
then
eh, eh, eh,
805. Okay,
well,
so here's the thing.
but for
Here's
the
the
back
thing.
to treaty, it appears that he might be quoting from Lapidus' conversion of Egypt, but the back to treaty, I mean, this is usually accepted by historians, but somebody.
No, no, no. See, this is the difference between when you're talking to me and you're just talking, right?
I
I'm
was
not
quoting a PhD. That's all. my scene was quoting a PhD. That's all.
good brother, good brother. In doing this work, right? In doing this work, when you're dealing with someone like Dr. Wesley Muhammad, you present to his secondary source or
But feel free to ask him. You can ask him.
no,
I mean,
I talk. I see the difference between me and you. I actually end up talking to him.
I talked to him as well, brother. Don't play that game, please. It's not
When do
necessary.
you talk to him? When do you
I,
talk to him?
I, I talked to him when we were discussing how we will go about the debate. We talked about the time period of the debate, because I don't know. I'm not saying that to brag, but he publicly challenged me to a debate. I accepted publicly, and we spoke about it on the phone. And then he backed down. I think he
Okay.
realized that he was going to get crushed. So I spoke to him on the phone, and you can ask him if I'm lying or not. You know, but that's besides the point. You can ask him about the
No,
what's his
okay.
uh,
So,
for the
so,
back treaty. You can feel
all
free
right.
to
So, can I
ask.
give you since you or do you want a primary source on the elements of the Bach Treaty? Yes or no? It's
Feel
up
free,
to you.
brother. Feel free.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen. Share screen. Okay.
But my thing, and I mentioned that many times here on the screen, to say that the Nubians were the victors, and they determined the agreement, and it says that you have to send 360 slaves is greatly problematic. In terms of logic, in terms of common sense, it's just weird. And I'm sure others will agree with me.
Yeah. 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 Listen. When a person makes a point like that and say the Nubians were the victors and they set the terms, then if it's not footnoted, you take it and you throw it in the garbage. You don't just keep arguing it. You just say that it's an unfootnoted conjecture, right? And then you move on. And then you ask the person, do you have any primary sources to make your point? So I have a primary source, and I will show you my primary source. It is an 8th century Arabic letter to the king of Nubia, and it talks about three papyrus scrolls that were found, some in Sahidic Coptic and one in Arabic, and then they have a translation of it. So let's just see if I could show it. So I'll just go through it. Um, Can I? Let's see if I can blow this up. One second. I know. Toggle thumbnail. Okay, fit to view. See if it. Okay, full screen. Great. Okay, so let's just blow this up. And how do I do it? So the Arabic scroll is an official letter of complaint from the governor of Egypt, Musa ibn Kab, to the king of Nubia, sent in the autumn of 758. Since the king Ibrahim of Nubia had his official residence in Dongola, far to the south, the finding of Qasar Ibrahim letter of an address to him calls for some explanation. The associated Coptic scrolls, none of them bear the verses, the names of either the sender and interpret recipient, but you do have the Arabic. So in the Arabic is this this governor, this Arab governor, in the name of God, the compassionate and merciful, from this governor to this king of Nubia and Makari, peace be upon the friends of Awila, of God and those who obey him, to whom do I praise God, other than whom there is no God. To continue, you sing, you know about which an agreement which was made with you and the fulfillment of it, which you took upon yourselves, so preserving your blood and your property. So when I show this, when I show this to Dr. Wesley Muhammad, it does not say in this authentic Arabic piece that the Nubians were the victors. It says right here, to them do I praise God, other than whom there is no God. To continue, you sing, you know about which an agreement which was made with you and the fulfillment of it, which you took upon yourselves, so preserving your blood and property.
I see a double already because I don't hear any sound anymore. I see you though, but it looks like your screen is frozen. It might be a connection issue. Let me check on the YouTube. Go on YouTube. What does it say on YouTube?
You know,
Oh, now I can hear you.
am I
You,
back
you,
on?
yeah, you're back on. For like maybe 10, 15 seconds, we couldn't hear you. Your screen was frozen.
Okay, so in that text, let's just go back to that text. It
We
does
heard you
not,
to the point where you said yes, indeed, that in the original it doesn't say that the
yeah.
Nubians were the
So
victors.
here, when I show this primary text in this translation, Dr. Wesley Muhammad is untruthful. Why is this thing right here? I don't know why this is uh, in my way, but here it says,
So basically, Wesley Muhammad just lied to romanticize Islam.
yeah, he lied. He lied. Why? Because I have a primary source. And I don't know why this is not why this is not. Uh, but it basically says, okay, let's see if I can get one part of it. Where it says, "You continue, you sing, you know about which an agreement." Okay, I'm gonna. Something happened when I. Uh, let's see if I could just um, get rid of a full screen. Okay, great. Great, 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 great. Okay. So this is how you show that Dr. Wesley Muhammad was untruthful and lied. When you show a primary source, he says, you continue, you saying you know about an agreement which was made with you and the fulfillment of it, which you took upon yourselves, so preserving your blood and property. If you fulfill it, God blessed and exalted it. He says in his book, fulfill the compact of God, which you made a compact, and do not breach the oath after it's been offended. And you have made God your guarantor. Verily, God knows about what you do. Blah blah blah. Strictly Islam. So in this particular text that I read, again, he is the governor saying, you know about an agreement which you made to protect yourselves and your blood and your property. That kills whatever he says from wherever he says it if he doesn't have a primary. So here is the document. You people who read Islam, you could read it. It doesn't have all the diacritical marks and all of that stuff like that. It's an old Arabic, uh, but you say that Arabic is perfect, so then you should be able to read the perfect Arabic. Next, right? You should be able to read it. This is now whether or not the Quran was written at this particular time. They're not. They didn't. They didn't. They didn't quote the Quran directly. They quoted some passage. Now we go to over here where they talk about the conflict, and then I think we go to page 90, line 93, 94. Or okay. Well, it's okay. So then he complains in 54, not 94, that you are liable to the Bakt of several years which you have not fulfilled, as for that which you have sent in accordance which the Bach. You have sent that in which there is no good. You've sent the one-eyed, or the lame, or the weak old man, or the young boy. So look, sing into that about which I have written to you, and hasten, threatening them, the dispatching to us of your remaining liability according to the Bach for the years for which you owe and did not sing. We want more slaves. We want them all, right? You owe us, right? And don't send us that in which there is no good, for we do not accept it. And sing to us the merchant of Muhammad and the wealth which was him that you robbed, unless he has been killed, in which case sing the 1,000 dinars, his blood money together with the wealth, which was him, and sing. So they're basically the Arabs, the good old Arabs, those that believe in Allah and the Prophet, is basically doing something which is haslam taslam, like surrender to Islam, right? It says over here, if you sing, do not obey, I shall have my view concerning what is between you and me. God willing, I have wanted to exceed the usual bounds in exhorting you and to take proof against you. Peace be upon the friends of God and those who obey him, written by this monument on Sunday the 12th. So when you do scholarship and you do it with someone like Dr. Wesley Muhammad, you bust his ass with a primary. And I do this regularly on, so I'm just showing you how to bust his ass, bust a good brother's ass on his citations are secondary at best.
I did just that, I just that. Just like I did with Sam Hotep, for those who wonder, back in 2011. Sam Hotep is the one who said he will write an article about the Hebrews in Kemet. But I did write two pieces. I never had any answer. It's fine. I didn't expect any anyway, because the premise was whack from the first place, or weak, if I want to be diplomatic. And Western Mohammed, I have the articles on my website. It's also in the description of the
Yeah,
videos,
but
about
Asar Imhotep is not
that was in
relevant.
passing, but just Wesley Mohammed, I dealt with this claim of the
Oh, you're talking about Wesley
Arabs.
Muhammad. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
about and I have the article on my website, very detailed article about the call of Prophet Muhammad and the Arabs of the 7th century, using the Hadith, using the Arabic literature of the Sunnah. Because there, what you read for the layman, uh, using today's vernacular, it's like, uh, you didn't pay rent. You know what it is. It is what it is. So your product is no good. You didn't send us some good ish. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna get down or lay down. That's in today's vernacular for the street
Haslam
vernacular.
Taslam.
Yeah, yeah,
Haslam
and,
Taslam is
so
the letters that the Prophet Muhammad sent to all the other
well,
people talking about surrender to Islam. Haslam Taslam.
so
Don't say
so
Assalamu alaikum to me. Say what you really mean, which is Haslam Taslam. That's what you mean. Don't say Assalamu alaikum, and don't say Assalam means peace. It don't mean peace. It means surrender.
mission.
It
means
means
submission.
surrender. So you want me to surrender, and you're trying to do it. Then it's basically like a prison booty bandit telling you to give up your stuff. Do you want to do it the easy way, or do you
Easy
want
way
to do
or
it the
the hard
hard
way.
way? But it don't matter. He's asking you to give it up. So they're asking you to do it the easy way or the hard way. The easy way with taxes and some treaty. But I just proved that Dr. Wesley Muhammad, with a primary document, isn't wrong, and he should correct his scholarship.
Which he will
So
probably not do because his goal is to romanticize Islam while claiming that the Kemetic people are romanticizing Kemet.
we
But,
are.
well, who? The neophytes or the scholars?
Who the scholars?
Well, Dr. Theophilo Benga, for example.
He's not. He's not. He's not. He's not romanticizing. He doesn't really even talk directly to us. He talks in papers. He's you can meet him at conferences. He doesn't argue with YouTubers. It's the
That's true.
Kemetic, and he's not Kemetic. He's a scholar that studies Africa. He's not Kemetic. Dr. Theophilo Benga is not what you call a Kemetic scholar. He is a premier uh, African scholar. He's premier, right? He looks at all Africa, right? He's premier. Um, so Dr. Mario Beatty does not argue with YouTubers. I unfortunately asked him to engage in a conference, a debate with Saw and Hotep, which uh, was points against me, um, uh,
Nobody's
because
perfect. We all make mistakes. I did as well.
points against me where Dr. Mario Beatty decided for that he would take on that, and so I was able to present with Dr. Mario Beatty and against Asar. And somewhere the video is there. It used to be on Baba TV where Asar made his statement. It's no longer there for some particular reason. I don't know why.
Somebody probably asked for removal.
Yeah, but so those things happen. So writing is funny. Like Sanetta's channel is simple. You say something, you come up and you defend or you prevail or get your ass busted and shut up. And next, so Sanetta's platform is Gladiator platform. You got a premise, you come up, you got something to say, you can get your whole career ruined. Sometimes that's acceptable. Most of the times that's acceptable when you deal with stuff like that. So in front of a Sanetta's audience, if Dr. Wesley Muhammad says something like that, and I was talking to him and he wanted to debate me, I would I would I would ruin him on that, not on all of his work, but just on that particular notion live.
Yeah.
But he's just one of the people
But
yeah.
but even his main premise, and I heard you once talking about Wesley Muhammad and this work regarding the black Arabs, and I don't know what that is. I mean, I'm focusing once again on the 7th century. If people want to tell me 50,000 years BC they were black, I don't deal with that type of dates. But what he has merely done to claim that Muhammad was black is just some linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics with the word abyad. And the word abyad, once again, is the main word for white in Arabic. You know, and he's using that quote from Lisan an Arab where he says that when the Arabs say that someone is abyad or white, they don't mean the complexion of. I'm paraphrasing, but not like the Romans and stuff like that. And that's about it. And there is the quote from at Tabari, if I'm not mistaken, or at Tirmidhi. Actually, it might be at Tirmidhi, where Muhammad is described as asmar, which is the word for brown. Some will translate it as tan. And the author of at Tirmidhi or at Tabari, one of the two, says that this hadith, this narration, is odd, harib.
Yeah.
So the best it could come up is one narration where Prophet Muhammad is described as brown, but it is labeled as odd or strange by the author. Besides Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, Muhammad is described as being white and not being brown. So he's not even brown according to the Sunnah. So it's crazy to me that some people will
Well,
say that,
it's a moot argument because the most honorable Elijah Muhammad has stated many times who he
that he was
feels
a
that
white man.
Muhammad was. So why is
And Farrakhan
Wesley
also has stated
Muhammad
that
going
publicly.
against the most honorable Elijah Muhammad? The most honorable Elijah Muhammad, which is his teacher, said who Muhammad was.
Well, but Wesley
And
Muhammad
it
talked
comes-
about that publicly, and he did that bug dancing that he's very good with. He said, "Well, there's something that we call literary intent. What did the author meant? You don't know what he meant. I don't know what he meant."
What did
And
the prophet, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, say about the prophet Muhammad? Right, right. What complexion was the prophet Muhammad?
well, he said, and that's the theology of time. We have the audio, we have the book. He says the Muhammad that was here 1400 years ago was a white man.
That's it. So there's no reason that a student minister of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad should be correcting the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm not listening to that
Yeah,
because
well,
if you're gonna,
that's what he did. He wrote a book about that. He made presentations about that, DVDs that he sold, and but when it comes to this statement from Elijah Muhammad, he had the nerve to say, "You don't know what he meant. I don't know what he meant." And he's trying to play on the white means pure, white doesn't mean black back in the days, and
I'm not
we
trying to
cannot.
hear that. No, neither
Yeah,
should we.
yeah.
It's what
Well, I'm
his.
just saying what he stated publicly.
I care
That's his word.
less. I
Yeah.
see. Once I know what his teachers said, right? I don't care what he says because now he has to say on record that he's contradicting his teacher.
Well,
So
exactly. He's basically saying he's not contradicting his teacher, and that's where it's weird. That's where he followed his logic of making weird statements such as milk is the food of the gods, milk is liquid sunlight, that is supposed Dianetics,
I'm not.
but everybody's cool with that. Even when he says throw Kemet in the garbage can, throw my out in the trash can, throw Amen Ra the slave making God away, the conscious community is cool with that.
Well, you're mixing a lot of things. Dianetics has to do with
That's what he said. He said he supports that effort of Dianetics. He said that, but I have
well,
it on tape.
I don't me myself. I don't not support a teaching method. I don't support the people of Dianetics, but it is it's a tool. So I don't. The issue is with them. I look at there are a
It's
lot
just
of
pseudo medicine coming from a negrophobic person called L. Ron Hubbard. This is the Church of Scientology. Dianetics is
I understand that, but you know what?
so.
You
How
understand?
can you say it's a tool? It's like
Oh
me saying
yeah,
that crystals is a tool and the
uh,
chakra and metaphysics is a tool.
yeah. So here's the thing. So when people use tools, whether they are not, tools are consistent. They tell you what the rules are, right? So it has to do with a conversation, right? Dianetics is actually a military tool, right? Where groups of people keep their people in place. They get to know what their thoughts are, right? It's a very, very effective tool. You may not know, but it's done in military, right? Every CIA, FBI, they have to be debriefed. It's a debrief tool that's been used for ages to allow for someone to come out with what are their problems dealing with a particular activity. So after the
All
mystery
right.
systems have used it.
Be,
I don't.
be, but I'm sorry, but being clear and debriefing is not the same thing. I mean, they talk about Xenu. They have like billion of year contract. It's way deeper than just a debriefing.
No, there's some mysticism attached to it, but the fact of the matter is, when you're in the military and you get debriefed and you're clear, that
Mm,
means you're clear. Now
I
you
get
can
it.
put on the extra stuff on the fact of the matter is, but they're running an organization and they need to figure out the people who have some problems and some contradictions, and if they're not clear, then they have to work it out. We know that this person's not clear. Let's figure out what's going on. You have to understand military science. Not saying that you don't. I'm
Mm.
talking to our audience. Dianetics is a functional tool. If you take off the BS and you see it for what it is, then the problem with our community is every jack and every rabbit and everybody with a Kemetic name or a Muslim name or a Christian name thinks that they're God's gift to our people, right? And it's bananas. There's no discipline, right? There's no structure.
Yeah,
Everybody is
I
super
agree with that.
egotistical. We cannot win a war. We cannot win a war. We cannot not win a war. We can't save ourselves with our individualism, and it starts with that bullshit spirituality. Spirituality is individualism run wild.
Oh,
Okay, I
man.
said enough. Brother Reggie's leaving.
Oh
I
man.
said enough.
Okay. Thank you
That,
for
that
calling in,
all
Brother
that all
Reggie.
that all that you got a teacher. Here's the thing: you got a
You
teacher,
you
but
you you're not telling Reketi Amen that she's dealing with some bullshit spirituality, do you? You would not tell her that, would you? Or Mfudishi.
here's the thing. Again, what you fail to do is that where are they proselytizing and adding people and asking people to? They don't do that. If you want to study under them, if you want to study under Dr. Ricchetti, you're going to learn the language. If you want to study under Infidisi, the first thing you're going to do is learn the language. If you study with some of these Kemetic Christians, you're going to read the Hosea,
You're being
right?
so harsh, my brother. They're not committed Christians. You know that very well. You know that very well. They're not committed
Well,
Christians.
you keep talking to me like you my age and like you know you
No,
know.
I'm not. Come on, don't.
You
Why
keep
would you say
talking to
that,
me
Reggie?
like I wasn't
What?
around when Dr. Ben was around and Dr. Clark
No,
was around
uh,
and gave those people some guidance.
no, but no, no. Don't accuse me of that. That's not fair.
But
Like,
I'm telling you, you're making a mistake thinking that I'm your age.
no, I'm
I'm not
not.
your
I know
age.
very well you were way older than me. I know that very well. I
I
always
was
give you the proper
around
respect.
when
Don't lie.
Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark had these conversations with them when they was walking around with the Purdim Haru like it was their Bible. I was around. I was a sergeant of arms in ASCAC, Eastern Region, where they actually had words and conflicts. So I was there when Dr. Ben talked to Dr. Milana Karenga and Dr. Jacob Crothers. And these are the respectable people. But then there's the people on the sidelines that was in costumes and things like that, who weren't scholars, who barely knew the meta nature. If you take away the transliterations and the translations in the Book of the Dead, they couldn't get through the first page. But they're the
Yeah,
ones.
I get that, but the knowledge of the meta nature or doing trouble pronouncing that word, proselytizing, um, that doesn't that's something different than the spirituality being labeled bullshit, because that spirituality that those people you label committed Christian are following or trying to follow is the same one that Mfudishi and Rikedi Amen are following.
Yeah, you don't know what they're following because you don't. Why don't you have you talked
Well,
to any Christian?
it's safe to say that they are following the Kemetic writings, right? The Medu Nature. They are following
Um,
what is said in the Medu
I have
Nature.
a
It's safe
problem.
to say.
Stop talking about them unless you've actually talked to them. Stop. Just don't keep that narrative, right?
Okay, well, my question is would you tell them that they're following
I have
bullshit
known Dr.
spirituality?
Ricchetti since
Yeah,
1985.
but my question is just would you
Wait,
tell
wait, won't
her?
you listen to me? She has never asked me to worship. She never directed me to worship. She only talked about the beauty of the ancient language of those Africans, right? And what she wanted from you was
Mhm.
good work, right? And if she asked you to defend your work on the writing, then that's all that she required. Outside of that, she had a personal life. She's married, right? She has a
I don't want to get
family.
into that, you know.
But when I'm just, you don't want to get into it because you don't know,
No, I don't want to
right?
get into a
And
personal life. I'm not talking
yeah,
about a personal life.
then what are you out? What are you talking about? You're talking about her community. What community is she in?
I'm well,
Look, I'm not
that
talking to you no more about Dr. Ricchetti. Infidisi, you know what community he's in, right? Uh, why don't have you interviewed him?
no. I don't
Interview
even
him.
have his contact, but you know, I mean, eventually that might come around. But I'd rather people come and say what's up. You know, I don't really.
Dr.
Uh,
Ricchetti, Infidisi, they are different in what they do. And
I had email exchanges with Dr. Ricchetti years back. You know, it was a very brief conversation, but not yet with Mfudishi. But
yeah,
you know, it's safe to say that Mfudishi is dealing with the Kemetic spirituality, and I doubt that you will tell him that it is bullshit spirituality. So I'm just respectfully expressing my disagreement with what I will label some double standard.
I don't have no double standard. You see me talking to Infidisi in public. I don't have no double standard
But do you tell him it's bullshit spirituality though?
because I'm not talking about what he does.
I get it then. So he does something different than the ones you call committed Christians then, and I understand that, and I'm good. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, he's
But
doing.
still, I feel like it's harsh to call them committed Christians. I'm like, man,
Why? They need Christianity. They need Christianity to survive. They have to talk about how Christianity is really comedic, so that they can bring people into the right way.
Ashra
If you want to talk
Kwesi,
about Kemet,
Ashra Kwesi has been doing that for 30 years plus. You know, he doesn't get that criticism. You know,
Ashra Kwesi is listen. Ashra Kwesi does tours. One,
yeah, yeah.
two.
But he has one DVD called "Christianity: The Stolen Religion from Africa" or something to
Yeah,
that effect.
yeah,
You know,
but he does his stuff is intertwined with masonry, a lot of it,
it's
right?
true. Yeah, but
Yeah,
that was under Dr. Ben. Yeah, what is it called? What is it called again? The Craft of Amen Ra. That's Ashra Kwesi stuff. But he was under Dr. Ben. You know,
yeah.
that yeah. So actually, you know, Alim Bey, on his page, I forgot the name of the website. He shows a picture of Dr. Ben with a fez on, and he alleges that Dr. Ben is, or let's say was, because he has transited, a Mason. You know, I don't
He
know if
was
you're aware of that.
Shriner. He wasn't just a mason. He was a Shriner.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Shriners, um, um,
He's a 33
I,
degree
I, I,
mason.
I, I think Shriners are Masons, but not all Masons are Shriners. I think that's the quote we have
He's
from
a
the.
high mason, and he's part of
Yeah.
another system.
Mm.
So
So
Aline Bay. I brought Dr. Ben to his debate with Cyrus
we
Jones.
said it. Yeah, I've
I
seen the
brought Dr.
footage.
Ben there.
Yeah, I've seen the video of that. Yeah, I've seen the
Yeah,
video.
I brought him there, and I took
Yeah.
him home. He said, "Reggie, I want to leave. I'm tired of this. It don't make no sense." So he decided. He decided halfway in, after eating his food, listen to what he said to say. He says, "I
Well,
got."
he was tired. This video of him sleeping, so I guess maybe he wanted to have rest. I don't think it's necessarily because he didn't like
He
what he
was
was hearing.
listening. He's 80 something. He was 80 something. He's disinterested.
No, there's a video. I remember seeing a video. He was sleeping, you know, and it's not, you know, to attack
In
him.
that
It's
video or another video?
it was that debate.
Yeah, he was disinterested. So he called me. He did like this, brother Reggie.
So did he tell you what he didn't like? Was it the Moorish side, or was it was said his presentation or Alim Bey's presentation?
It was both.
Wow. Okay. So you say. So you say. You know, we don't have no way of verifying that, and I'm not alleging that you're not being truthful, but um we have seen Dr. Ben and Seti together. So
Oh my
uh
God.
isn't it
Oh
true?
my
It's true.
God.
It's true. We've seen them together.
Oh
They
my.
know each other. They knew each other. They were acquainted. You know, isn't it true? Isn't it true, brother Reggie?
when I met Dr. Ben, I was 21. Dr. Ben was about close to 60,
Hmm.
60 something. Dr. Clark was already, I don't know if he was 70, 71, 70, 80, 70 something to 80 years old. Professor Smalls was 39, and Dr. Jeffries was about 45, 50, something like that. Um, through my years of knowing them, I have never seen Sarasun Seti in New York with Dr. Ben. That doesn't mean that that did not occur. But I knew all of Dr. Ben's students, and I know the members of the craft, and many of them know me, especially the most worshipful masters and those groups of people.
Please, can you
So
just say the name of the craft, just so that we know?
no, I don't want to.
Okay, fine.
The craft of Ashra Kwesi, I heard, was the craft of
Craft of
Amun.
Amen Ra. Yeah, indeed.
The other craft,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
yeah, but Dr. Ben was part of the Order of the Egyptian Mystery Systems and OES. That's what he was. That was his craft. That wasn't the craft that he created for the people that he brought in. He brought in. He created a craft for people to bring in, but he was part of another craft. And I was looking for his. I was looking for his his gravestone, which maybe I show that another time. But when I'm talking to you're younger, and I'm talking to a younger audience, sometimes I unfortunately say more than I should because it's just in my memory. Um, but to say that you're a student of Dr. Yosef Ben Jochanan, what type of student? Student in a university, student in the community, student of a craft, student of a student, right? What type of student are you? And what is your personal relationship with him? It's the off camera relationship that is more important than the photo ops. The off camera relationship with Dr. Ben is oftentimes you interact with not the worshiper, most worshipful master. You operate with it within his students as they and then just because Dr. Ben is a man, occasionally you interact with him personally.
Mm. I
I
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, I really disagree with SETI saying that the meta nature has not been deciphered is something I could never understand. So I guess, uh, maybe he didn't know him that well, but, I just seen them together, and that's what I wanted to say. But, you
well, you said an important point. The
know,
fact of the matter is, if you knew the man and you actually worked with the man, then you would know what the man's teachings is, and you would know why. So one of the important things about and I have to get something to eat is
I
that
understand.
Joyce and James wrote The Stolen Legacy in their 10 virtues: control of thought, control of action, steadfast of purpose, identity with high ideas, evidence of mission, culture, spiritual order, freedom from resentment, facing the teacher, facing your own learning abilities. Those 10 things. So when I was interacting directly with Dr. Ben and interacting with some of his students, I wanted to know where these things are in the meta with text. And I got my answer. I got my answer, which is it's right in front of your face. You just know how to look, but you can't see. So personally, I was put on a journey to find those 10 things. because he's saying you are like everybody else, Brother Reggie. You're looking, you got two eyes, you got a nose and a mouth, and you smell, but you're looking and you can't see. So you go and find it, and we'll tell you if you saw. So um, I was able to fulfill my task. Not a lot of people get a task to fulfill, but I got a task, and to find it where it actually existed. So there you go. So ask those people around them. There's some people who have fulfilled some tasks, and there's some people who haven't. The way these systems work, all these systems work is basically the teacher gives you tasks. You don't fulfill a task, you don't you don't progress. I could tell you a task that I fulfilled. So
Feel
y'all
free, brother.
have a nice day. It was a pleasure.
You've been around, brother. Thank
It's
you. Thanks a lot for coming. Thanks a
have
lot.
a good day. All
Same
right.
to you, brother Reggie.
Peace to the audience. Peace to you, Shaka and Dougal Kemet. We
Peace to
will
you, brother
battle.
Reggie.
And listen, as I leave, uh, Dr. Issa, you don't have to advertise, but Dr. Issa and Dr. Faraji did make a rebuttal. The people should, if you have a chance, put it up.
Yeah, well, I will put it here. I've already put it in the other video, but I'm going to do that. Hold
Yeah,
on.
just so that people can see.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to do that. It would take me just a few seconds, really. Um,
And I respect all of them. It's just I respect all of their scholarships, but put their conversations up so that you can learn from both groups of people.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But once again, I've read it. I've read the response, and I've shared the link to the response. But I'm going to share it again in the chat here. So I'm going to put Dr.
No,
Jahi.
you went over it on a video. You went over it. You went over Dr. Campone's response on the video. Go over on
It's
the
critique,
video.
not his response. It's critique.
Yeah, it's
I,
critique. So go over
yeah.
their response to the critique on video, so that
Come
people
again.
can see.
Come again.
You took the time out to
Yeah.
do a video
Yes.
on Dr. Cambone's critique.
Yes.
I am saying take the time out to do a video on their response.
Uh, I'm under no obligation to do that. It wasn't my critique. It was Dr. Campbell's critique. So if people have an issue with that, they can deal with that. And
That's
once
some
again,
slick stuff, bro.
well,
That's
you can say that is fine. I accept that. But once again, their response, I was aware of it a few minutes before I started going live. And the way I showed it earlier, they don't even put it, as if people want to search for it, how would they find it? It
okay. You
says
say, okay. I'm gonna go. You my brother. You my young brother. I gotta continue working with you, bro. Right?
But for the record here, so you can see before you leave, I've put it, and it's a clickable link because I'm obviously the owner of this channel. So in the chat, it will show as a clickable link. So as soon as people click on it, they will be directly directed to the response of Dr. Jahi Issa and Dr. Faraji.
Salim Faraji.
Yes, for Salim Faraji. Yes. So
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm gonna try to keep working with you, bro. I'm gonna keep working with you, bro. Peace to you.
Face you, brother Reggie. Hotep sen.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. So it was a beautiful conversation. At one point, everybody could see that, when I was talking with Dr. Jahi, it was a bit tense. It's normal. We had kind of opposing views, and sometimes it's like that. But that was just in the heat of the moment. Um, but then again, here you have it. It's shared here, just like it is shared in the main video. They have made a response to Dr. Combo. Indeed, I really don't think that Dr. Combo will make a response after that, and ultimately they will respond after, because otherwise it will be going in circles. Um, so everybody can go and look it up for yourself. But those who would take the time to go back to the video will see I've shown the website. It doesn't say response or rebuttal. It says why should you read the, I'm paraphrasing, but why should you read it? And then you have the link that says click here to read whatever, so it's very difficult to know that there's a response in the first place. Who's psychic? Who can wake up and, okay, oh, there it is, it's there. I'll find it there. I came across the response, like we say, by luck. But like we say in French, par hasard. Just by luck, what I was looking for, the cover, So everybody's free to read the response. You have the link to it, But indeed, like Dr. Jahi Issa, now, when you read the response, it's difficult to know who's actually writing, because it's presented as Jahi Issa and Salim Faraji's response. From what I read, it appears that maybe Jahi Issa was the one who did the most writing. But anyway, like Dr. Jahi Issa said, Dr. Kambon focused more on the linguistics. Indeed, that's his specialty. He saw some things that he did not consider valid, and he addressed it. And you will see that, like I said to Jahi Issa, he admitted that some of the statements were not necessarily accurate. And I'm being very diplomatic with the words I use, because I don't want to sound like I'm bashing after talking to the brother. He didn't have to come on, he didn't have to come on. He came, and I respect that. I appreciate that. I don't have anything against him personally. But Dr. Jahi Issa said that it's pluridisciplinary. They will not just focus on the language only. But then again, people are free to just make their own assessment. If we're talking about what we call amen in English, then that will be according to the transliteration amen in the Mother Nature. So the language is the Mother Nature, and then everybody can make their own conclusion. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it works. People have some propositions or theory or hypothesis or claim. They write about it, and their peers sometimes can validate, agree, compliment, or they can critique, disagree, and what have you. So we can always get some clarity. But for those who don't know, I read Dr. Kambon's critique. It was not my critique. What you heard in the video was indeed, I made some statements on my own, but the text is on the screen, so everybody can see when the statements come from me and when I'm reading Dr. Kambon's critique. Dr. Obadele Kambon, Ph.D. And once again, I don't know him personally. I'm talking about Dr. Kambon. I was not asked to read his critique, So people don't need to, holler at Dr. Kambon and try to say this and that, try to say, oh, this like some so should I name the guy? Some Moorish guy? We don't hear about him anymore lately, but this light-skinned brother in France, this pig, I'm gonna roast him. This is what he said. We all that we got, CMB. I mean, there wasn't time. It was something, I'm telling you, man. I was also labeled the N-word in France, So, brothers and sisters, if some of you want to make some commentary or ask a question in comment, feel free. If you want to get on the panel, feel free as well. We'll share the link. And if there's no more participation, then it's been a good run already. It's been 3 hours and 24 minutes. Usually I don't really go that long. So it's up to you. We can call it a day, or we can talk about what we've talked about earlier or other things. If you want to ask about the meta nature, I wouldn't say I'm an expert. but I'm quite familiar with it. Actually, I give classes. I give meta nature classes. So if you have if you have questions about the meta nature, so let me put a link to get on the panel. And it's a shame. Well, it's a shame. It's a good conversation, but the Senate RP it's been a while. I didn't have on the panel with a webcam, but it's all good. We'll catch up. Brother Chris came through. Chris Harris, MVP, came through as well. Link to get on the panel. You must. And thanks to Brother Reggie as well, because when he came on, I already automatically added him on the panel. He didn't have the webcam, but later on he put on his webcam, and I appreciate that. So nobody will accuse me of being biased and all that. Link, you must show your face, and then I put otherwise. Just use the chat. So that video of Dr. Jahi Issa, like I said, I appreciate when he basically stood up to what Wesley Muhammad said. Because once again, for those who don't know, Wesley Muhammad went on the Breakfast Club, very popular broadcast, and he said that African studies or African degrees, African history degrees are BS degree. Let me see if I can find the exact quote. If I go there, and Dr. Jahi Issa also addressed that. It's probably one of the only few scholars, I mean Ph.D. that addressed it. But usually when it comes to the NOI, for strange reason, people are not very vocal at expressing criticism, no matter how mild it might be. It might be because they are very famous for putting that murder game down, like in Paid in Full. I lay the murder game down, let them know we're not effing around. Killing men, women, and children is no problem for some of them. You can refer to the Hanafi murders. So if I put BSB, yeah. I don't know if I have the quote. African history degrees are bullshit degrees. I'm sorry for the S word, for the S bomb. Yeah, African history degrees are BS degrees. That's what he said. And besides that, probably around the same time period, I saw Jahi Issa talking next to Shaka Ahmos, and at one point, maybe Shaka Ahmos said, "Well, you want to debate this?" And Dr. Jahi Issa said, "Well, if you want to debate me, I want you to write I can't remember if the number of page was 7, but he gave a number of pages. Like, I want you to write a 7-page paper with footnotes on why you want to debate me." Then Dr. Shaka Amos replied, in other words, he doesn't want to debate me. And as we were talking, I asked the good brother, Dr. Jahi Issa, PhD, if I'm allowed to read someone's critique, and he replied, "You have the right to do whatever you want." And that's that's like a job. You know, I could see it as being a little bit condescending, because, like, he was trying to tell me, in academia, that's how it goes. Uh, like maybe I don't know how it works in academia. And that's why I felt necessary to state that, well, in academia, plagiarism, it doesn't fly. So there might be some case of double standard, but people have teams. You see, people have teams, and usually they defend their team members. And remember what I said, brothers and sisters: if you're cool with somebody, you don't have to be cool uh, with their BS, or with their falsehood, or with their dishonesty. You know what I'm saying? You just don't have any obligation to roll for that. You know, and this is a big error that a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? You know, how are you gonna criticize people for doing something so little, so mild, but then you see next to someone that goes around, criticizing Cheikh Anta Diop, saying that Diop guessed saying that James P. Allen is wrong, Rickety Allen is wrong, plagiarizing, telling people that they have comprehension issues, and 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 then you're not happy when somebody reads a critique. So if plagiarism is cool, well, let it be known. Whoever wants to say that it's cool, it doesn't matter as long as we advance the scholarship for African people worldwide. So be it. You know what I'm saying? But at some point, and that's not directed at anybody in particular. At some point we need to have some standard. If we want to be serious, why will we associate ourselves with known plagiarizers, people who have plagiarized more than once, hands found in a cookie jar more than once? you know so, and also, false flagging claiming to be linguists when they are not, and in the process, I mean, I'll leave it there, because you know what people will say. Those people, they have team members that will go in the chat and say, he's obsessed with us all. All right, okay, I get it. But for those who don't know, the same people who claim that Kemet doesn't have anything to do with black, that it means riparian land or riparian country, they tell you that Kem doesn't mean black, which is what the majority of Egyptologists in the world say. Which is what Brigadier Yamin said, which is what Cheikh Diop said, James P. Allen also, so they say that Kem doesn't mean black after a name. And one of these guys, the ex-Nubian, he stated, I heard him saying the ancient Egyptians were not black. So is this what's cool now? When people talk about Sheikh Anta Diop, one of the first things that come to mind is the Cairo Symposium in 1974, where they argue for the blackness of ancient Egyptians. But now, about 50 years later, we have some people who say the ancient Egyptians were not black. And that's something. Why do they say that? Just because they have this thesis, this hypothesis of Kemet meaning riparian land or riparian country. And they were inspired by someone who is not a linguist but wrote a book about linguistics. So we have a chain of people who are not in the field, who presented some proposition, hypothesis, and they want to push it as some absolute fact. And in the process, they're going to slam all the scholars, all the scholarship, and all the grammar. So, brothers and sisters, feel free to address anything you want in verbally or in writing. But try to take the time and try to be careful about what you will say when it comes to languages. You know what I'm saying? Try to demonstrate that there are correlations between words. And for the most part, when we deal with the meta nature and the English language, uh, and other languages as well, usually you will have a language in between. Most of the time, it will be the Greek. For example, the word Ibani derives from the Medunetian Hebeni. I've made a video about that. I quoted, St. Andrews University. I gave the link. I showed the text, and other books as well. They will show you that. So we had Hebeni. Then I forgot if in Greek it's like Eben also. I forgot the Greek term. And then in English we have Ibani. But when people say Kaaba, the ka and the ba from Kemet, no, and we have a lot of that. And sometimes people will start with Kemet and go with directly to other languages, and we cannot really see the clear correlation. We have morphemes, we have words that sound alike, but that's not sufficient. So it's just not complicated. We always had a lot of linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics, and over time, as a group of people, we can refrain from making those shortcuts. Like I said many times, other people will say that Christ, the word Christ, you know, that derives from the Greek Christos, which is a literal translation of the Hebrew Messiah that we call Messiah. Some people say that Christ derives from the Medunecha Karest or Kareset, depending how people want to pronounce it. And we have so many other examples, and it will help us for us to try to stop making these correlations, you know. And one of the worst is that guy that claimed that the Medunetic glyph stands for Allah. A lot of people believe that, you know. A lot of people believe that. And the crazy thing is that when that was said in 2008/2009, and I refuted it, you know, that's when the good brother Bonucci, who also gives Medunetic classes, he contacted me. He was very happy about the work that I did, you know, and I was honored. He even sent me some maps of Kemet, you know. We haven't spoken in years, you know, but we didn't have many people who refuted that. Dr. Runoko Rashidi was not really in a position to refute that because I don't think he really had knowledge of the Medunetia. However, later on the radio, he actually refuted that. And I was glad to have the audio because the guy who published the tape, the guy who has the video on his account, he called in and, you know, he tried to talk about this, and, you know, even try to label Runoko Rashidi as being disingenuous. He said, "Oh, you on tape praising the brother." He kind of, you know, congratulated. Praise is a big word, but, you know, hey, it was a Runoko Rashidi tour, and the slick guy who went on all those message boards, he's like, "Yeah, this is a Runoko Rashidi tour. Here's his website, Runoko Rashidi. That's his credentials, stuff like that." And then during the tour, that guy, Badaranda, he steps in and he makes his breakdown. And following my video, the guy came in, and like I said, he stated, this is not meta nature, this is pyramid text. Once again, it's an anonymous and unidentified individual. But you have thousands of people that believe that just because somebody came in and said it. How amazing that with all the study of the Meta nature and the Arabic language, nobody ever came and said, you know, that glyph means Allah. And the funniest thing is that this is one of the glyphs that we see the most. One of the glyphs that we see the most. He should have chosen a rare glyph, and people would have been, oh, you know, I don't know. Let's look it up. The glyph of the arm, reference D36, with the cone in the hand, you know. Is the one with the hand D38? Let me have a look. We're talking about God in a reference for the record. No, not here. Where is it? Here. Here. D. The one with the cone of bread. Oh. Well, D37. Here it is. God in a reference D37. And you know what? I can show you better than I can tell you. So let's do a little bit of sharing. As a matter of fact, we talked about Wesley Muhammad. Wesley Muhammad said that Ra is Allah. The N key is Allah. I'm telling you, man. I mean, dang. Oh my. No, hold on. That's not the one I want. Gonna share the video so you can see that guy making that crazy claim that there's a hieroglyphic sign that means Allah. I mean, dang. People believe that, man.
Hotep, this is Shatapile, and then I'm going to expose why it's wrong.
If you know Islam or if you know Arabic, you know the name of Allah is written Leaf Lam Lam Asatel. This is Wolof. This is ancient African. This is Leaf Lam Lam Asatel. This is Allah.
Here's a close-up of the Medunetta. The gentleman
The dude said, "This is Wolof. This is ancient African. We have some hieroglyphic." The guy said, "This is Wolof." Now, during the time period, you know, this is from the Nubia Temple of Ptah. You know, I don't even think the Wolof language existed during that time period. This is Lif Lam Lam Asaker. This is Allah. Oh boy. And that video has like 30,000 views. And people go on and believe some anonymous and unidentified guy. And he was very active with the Twitter fingers. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, you can see that in the video. First, I had a video saying Allah is not in Nubia Temple of Ptah, and then I had Allah not in hieroglyphic or something like that, nail in the coffin, you know. But today is all in one video. But the author of this video, the one who published that video, you know, who knows? At the end of the day, you know, it might even be the guy, the so-called Badar and Da, you know. But anyway, he accused, you know, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark of being like yeah, some sort of agents being paid to criticize Islam. The guy went very far, man. But this is not hieroglyphic. This is pyramid text, man. We can do better than that. So we have all sorts of confusion like that, you know. Like I said, you have those who say Allah is in the Egyptian text, rise a volcano, all that flies, you know. There were Hebrews in Kemet, the Hebrews were black. Then they said, no, the Hebrews were not black. Then they say again, yes, those Hebrews were black. It's just straight up confusion, you know. And that is indeed dangerous. We're not progressing and we look like fools. In front of academia, in the world of academia, we look like fools. And I forgot to ask Brother Reggie what Richard Carrier said, you know. But I think it looks like Richard Carrier doesn't want it with Jabari, which is a shame, you know. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I would have loved to see that. I would have loved to see that because um, we can say that sometimes people might exaggerate when they show correlation between the Christian writings and the writings of Kemet. But I think that people underestimate the amount of writing from Kemet that ultimately finds its way in the Bible. I think that people underestimate that. And it actually takes time to compile all these different writing statements. And sometimes when people do, well, we have, you know, the diehard believers, the diehard Abrahamic believers, or diehard Christian who will say, well, you know, it's not exactly the same. Here on that text it says this, but there on that text it says that. You know, but I think some books will be released. You know, or some people might have the time to, you know, to show more than what we usually hear, you know, because we usually hear the great hymn to Aten, the teachings of Amenemope, and things like that. But you know, eventually people will get to see, you know. But you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. There's a lot more than what people uh, would think. And of course, it is true. It's not just from Kemet, you know. It's one thing that's well known and well talked about, you know, when it comes to the flood story, Noah and them, uh, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Then, how do they call it in English? The eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, or something like that. Hammurabi's Code. It's located in the Louvre Museum. And in the description, I think they mentioned the similarity. I mean, I can look for the video. I can look for the video. Um, you know what? I will go in order because from the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England, I think that they mention some similarity with the Bible. But when it's a museum that says that, it's not the same now. They're not going to say, "Oh, that's just a YouTuber." Now, Gilgamesh. Haha. So first, I'm sharing the link, so you have it in the chat, and then we will look at Hammurabi's code. So, what's the name of the video? Bible inspiration for the flood, Gilgamesh in a Sumerian king list. So, boom, and then the link. A lot of people wait for you to sleep, I'm telling you, but when you're thorough, you're good. Nobody's perfect. You can make mistakes, you know. So I've shared the link, and now I'm going to share the actual video. It's only 4 minutes long. But you see, most of the time our people speak on all these different platforms. They're not used to showing you primaries, you know. They're not used to that.
Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, England. Now, this is one text known to have inspired one tale of the Bible, which is the flood story. I will just show you the description so you know it doesn't come from me. This is the Sumerian king list, baked clay prism, written about 1800 BC, Lhasa, Iraq. So I will go straight to the side where they're talking about the actual flood story. You probably heard about Gilgamesh, the divine Gilgamesh. So this second side of the Sumerian king list mentions Gilgamesh, hero king of epic literature and legendary ruler of Uruk. The list combines all the versions into what appears to be a continuous genealogical sequence of rulers, although some kings ruled at the same time. Facts and fantasy are blended, particularly in earlier sections mentioning mythical rulers reigning for thousands of years. There is also a female king, an innkeeper called Kubao. There are parallels between genealogies in the Bible, Genesis chapters 5 and 11, and the Sumerian king list. Now, it's very dark, but I will read it for you. The flood swept over. After the flood swept over, when kingship had come down from heaven, kingship was at Kish. This is the first side of the Sumerian king list. Written in around 1800 BC, it mentions a legendary flood in Mesopotamia. Multiple or single flood events in prehistory may have inspired this history, in turn inspiring the biblical flood story in the book of Genesis. In southern Mesopotamia, rivers can burst their banks and flood the countryside. Flood deposits are known at several archaeological sites. The Sumerian flood story symbolized the destructive power of supernatural beings. It was a literary motif separating distant times from the present when the story was written. Who was a king? Who was king? Who was not king? Here you have a map of southern Mesopotamia. Now, the Sumerian king list is not history as we will understand it. Parts relating to the earlier kings are largely mythological, although the last 500 years is more accurate. It is also a work of propaganda designed to show that the current kings of Lhasa were descended from heroes and demigods of ancient times. Written when local city-states struggled against each other for supremacy, the scribe perhaps intending to show that southern Mesopotamia was always united under a single ruler. There were also times of instability and anarchy, such as decline of the Akkad dynasty around 2150 BC, aptly put by the words "who was king, who was not king" written on this, the prism's fourth side. They even wrote it themselves. The Sumerian king list. The Sumerian king list is a clay prism inscribed in cuneiform script. It lists its rulers of southern Iraq from the creation of kingship in a mythical past to the time it was written in around 1800 BC. A wooden spindle originally went through the prism center, perhaps so it could be rotated and read on all four sides. Other fragmentary copies of the list exist, but this is the best preserved example known. The prism is written in Sumerian, spoken in southern Iraq between 3000 to 2000 BC. By the time the prism was written, the common spoken language was Akkadian, which superseded Sumerian from 3300 to 2000 BC. Scholars and scribes continued to write in Sumerian and other languages for the next 2000 years. That was the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, England.
How to take a normal ebook from Google Docs and turn it into a beautiful flip book or ebook. It's super easy. It only takes about 10 minutes using this software called Designer. You can basically turn any source like Word, Google Docs, anything into beautiful content. All you do is take the URL of your Google Doc, copy it, paste it in Designer like that.
Greetings. I'm in the Louvre Museum, Paris, France, and I'm showing you the Hammurabi Code. During one of the live stream, I told you about a cylinder type of artifact in the Louvre Museum. So here it is. You have the cuneiform writing all over. Okay. And here, this is how to spell it. Hammurabi Code. So they tell you about this code, and it's during the reign of. Hold on. No, hold on, wait. Hammurabi is the king of Babylon. Okay. Now the date is between 17. Well, it's basically 1700 BC. The reference is SB8. Okay. And I can. There's actually one thing that we know about in the Bible, and we have it on that code, and I'm about to show you right now. So This is some excerpt from the text. Okay, so this is sentences when it comes to justice. Now, the ones that you've heard about in the Bible is that one here. It is the number 196 and 200, and it says, if someone has damaged the eye of a free man, then we will damage his eye also. Now, the word is actually to I don't have it handy right now, that word to say, but it's basically when as if you're piercing an eye with a sharp object. But the word escapes me right now. And you also say further, if someone has broken the tooth of a free man, his equal, then we will break his tooth. So the one that you've heard about in the Bible is that one about the eye. Okay. So once again, here is the code. All right, so there's some more I will show you. Okay, what about now? Okay, what about now? That's a good thing I checked the sound. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I've been talking and you couldn't hear me. But I have shared the link to the video you just heard. And what I was just saying right now is that what I said before, after playing the one from the Ashmolean Museum, is that indeed it's a bit dark. We cannot read along with me. Some people might feel like, well, he's making some stuff up. How do we know he's really saying that in the description? Whoever has a chance, the opportunity to go to um, the British Museum, the British Museum, London, England. If you have a bit of time, it only takes about 2 hours to go to the Ashmolean Museum, which is in Oxford. So you can get there and see for yourself. As for the second video, that's obviously that you heard the Hammurabi Code, and I have shared the link in the chat. So whenever you come across this video later on, you will know where to see this video, or you can even look it up. So this is the kind of things that you can find, for which we have. I mean, that's the code. Some of you might have not really got that part, but that statue with the kind of cylinder shape, the code is written on it. So it's in cuneiform writing. So that's what we call a primary document. You know. So we have text like that. That are sayings, sentences that ultimately find their way into some religious literature. And when it comes to Kemet, there's a lot more that people would expect. You know. All right. So should we cut it a day, brothers and sisters? I'll wait a little bit. I'm in a good flowing mode. Hold on. I want to check that you can hear me now. That's a good thing I checked the sound. Well, okay, I'm sorry. I've been talking and you can't see. So that's it.
One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. Good. Sometimes when I'm live streaming and we get to talk about, well, just the middle nature alone, sometimes I'm afraid that most of the listeners will feel like it's too technical. I don't want to hear about that. I'm bouncing. And sometimes it might not be the middle nature, but it might be, historical events, historical facts. Um, you have the sister earlier who said, she's not really good with dates. She can't remember dates. When I first started learning all this information about world history and Africa in general, I would say I was kind of the same. It's all new, but over time, you just happen to read, and those dates are reminded. So sometimes you don't remember the exact dates. Like Akhenaten, that's like 1430 something BC, maybe 1436 BC. But so I would say, oh, actually, I said 1430. Isn't it 13 something? Well, for 1300/1400, it might be more 1300 BC, but over time, because those dates come so often, then you get more familiar. Nama, usually they say 3100 BC, so that kind of sink in, that kind of sticks. So you might just round it up to 3000 BC, and things like that, but it doesn't require one to be a specialist, you know. And then, out of curiosity, I looked up for the historicity of this patriarch. So from what I remember, Moses, if he existed, that would have been around 1500 BC. If Abraham existed, that would have been around 2000 BC. So those are indication in time. And so with different events, different rulers, and it's a bit difficult to catch up when it comes to Kemet, indeed, because there are so many rulers, you know. But it's all good. And if you're not sure, I gave an advice once, and people can take it or leave it. They don't have to follow. They don't have to agree. But I think what can be useful to you, brothers and sisters, you know. Um, Now those who've been there for a while and those who like to debate, usually they make PowerPoints. So they will have their slides. If they want to look something up, they open their PowerPoint, or what is it? Is it Keynote or Notes from Macintosh? And they will do a search and it will come up. But um, you can use a Word document, or if you don't have Word, you can use, what is it, Google Docs, and just make notes of what you come across during your readings. You know, put the book title, put the author, put the page number, and you have it there. And if you happen to read on a regular basis, you will quickly realize that, your list of quotations will be quite long. You might wonder, what should I take note of? Anything that you think, might help you, might be useful, something that kind of surprised you, that shocked you, take note. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be long quotes, you know, and that can really help you. I mean, I've done that over the years, and I went through so many books, so I have a lot of quotes, and it's very, very helpful, you know. So sometimes I share the quotes. Sometimes I just read them. It's not just all in my memories, because I made notes of it. There's some stuff I know from memory. Some stuff I wrote down. You understand what I'm saying? Because eventually, and I like people also to tell me where they got stuff from. So I might be asked a question, so I will show the quote. And if it's about some artifact, then I look up the video. Unfortunately, for strange reason, I don't know what title it is under, but the one with the kente cloth style, the shaky style from Kemet and the Louvre Museum, I searched for it. I didn't find it. You know what? I'm gonna take my drive. I'm gonna take my USB drive, and I think I will find it inside. And I would like to just share it so you can see it. I'm not sure if Reggie and I were talking about the same symbol, because he talked about Sankofa, but I was talking about that symbol Maybe I got the name wrong. I thought it was called Odinkra, but it's the same symbol that we see actually on Jahi's book. It's not just Jahi, it's Dr. Jahi Issa, Dr. Sanim Faraji, and the author Osei. I'm sorry, I don't remember his full name. But the book called The Origin of the Word Amen, that symbol that's usually associated with Ghana, you know. Um, I think that's the one that Anthony Browder showed. That was maybe from some tomb or some sites from Nubia or Egypt. I made the screen print then, so I might have the screen print somewhere, you know. But let me get my USB drive and see if I can find that artifact from the Louvre Museum. Just bear with me. As a matter of fact, you know, I will play a 3-minute video while I look for it, so you're not waiting with silence.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
I found a video I was talking about. I'm actually uploading it now. If it's already uploaded, then YouTube will notify me of that. Let me see which thumbnail it will show. Oh, I think I had a message that said it hasn't already been uploaded. Let's see. Let's see. It won't be long. So that. What do we have then? Close and then. Oh no. Okay. Well, will be a few seconds then, I guess. Is it already live? Yes, it is. Okay. Let me share the video. Actually, first, let me share the link. So the title is "The Shiki Style Goes Way Back," and I think I will add kente cloth style. So next time I look for it, hopefully I will not struggle like I did. Kente cloth style. Boom. So I'm going to put that in the comment, and then I will share the link, and then I will share the screen. Go back here. People talk about showing and improving. For the record, that video that you've heard, that was Farrakhan, I think in 1992. 20 years later, at the university, he said again, we didn't have kinky hair, but he didn't go into that whole tirade or supremism breakdown. Needless to say, I disagree with that statement. Some of you might happen to stumble upon my platform and you might see that video playing. Just for the record, I disagree with that. That's probably one of the things I disagree with the most in life. And I don't spend my life saying what I disagree with or just disagreeing with people. There's a lot of time where I'm in agreement with some statement, some teaching, some scholarship. However, um, some people probably say that uh, I hope they will not try to say that I'm the one who likes to go against the grain, but some things are kind of established amongst the so-called conscious community, like the Semites for Black, for example. Um, I'm not in agreement with that kind of status quo, you know. And a lot of people are comfortable with just repeating what was said by our elder scholars, those who are still alive and those who are transited. So they are quite uncomfortable when we just don't agree. And I got a lot of opposition because of that. I lost several accounts. I lost several thousands of subscribers because of that, you know. Uh, so it is what it is, you know. But if you are thorough, you don't fail the test of time. You know what I'm saying? If you are solid, and there are other people who are solid as well. They might look for or wait for somebody else or a few other people before they manifest themselves, but they are watching. They are there. You know what I'm saying? And it's about getting clarity. Those things I'm talking about, I didn't wake up and just made it up. It's many stuff that I either I tested or not. So anyway, um, I've shared that already. So now let me share the screen.
Hotep, Chacun de Bouquemet, Louvre Museum, Paris, France. I'm in here, you know what I'm saying, doing what I do. And it's just, you have a look on the shoulders, and it's funny, people think about dashikis, they probably think about certain areas or certain time period, but I ain't gonna say this is a dashiki or they called it a dashiki, but you just have eyes and you look at the shape of it. I thought that was interesting to see it. And for those who might be wondering, he's not described as a Nubian. You can check the hairstyle. I'm going to show you the reference there. It's E10357. And the date here is 2400 to 2200 BC. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Hotel.
I was muted. Um, I was pronouncing the name wrong. Apparently, it's not Odinkra, it's Adinkra. I don't know if we'll manage to find the the screen capture from Anthony Browder's picture of the symbol, which could be described as a Akan symbol. Um, but I'm sure many people have seen that. Anyway, so no questions, brothers and sisters. Take this opportunity out on live streaming every day. I'm in a good flowing mode, so don't be shy. Seize this opportunity. But then again, a lot of time when I think about the topics that we discuss, I'm wondering maybe it's just too technical. Sometimes I'm thinking, well, maybe I would try. Maybe I need to find a way to break it down a little bit. Maybe I need to talk more about current events. You know, about but then I don't know, man. I don't know. Um, don't be scared, brothers and sisters. It might be scary at first. You might feel like it's just too technical, and I need years of study before I engage in a conversation. But you can always ask questions. You know, not just to me or the callers on this platform, but other platform as well. But when it comes to method, it's not just too difficult. Where did you get that from? You know what I'm saying? So when we deal with ancient history, usually we have, records, artifacts, or some authors who mentioned something. So the closest to the time period we are dealing with, then the better. We are very lucky with Quebec because we have those artifacts all over the world, and the language is known, contrary to what some people claim. You see, and it's the same also with, like, the cuneiform writings. We have quite some artifacts also from uh, s- population of this area we call the Levant, Sumer, Mesopotamia at large. Um, and other languages in other areas as well. But then again, if we look at the so-called conscious community, we're not really used to people dealing with artifacts, with original documents, with primaries. We are used to them quoting biblical literature, Islamic literature, Jewish literature that we are very familiar with. You know, when it comes to original artifacts, it's not really something that uh, we are used to. So it might feel a bit foreign. It might feel a bit, I don't know how to label it, but uh, when we deal with history, you cannot escape archaeology. You cannot escape the artifacts. The data, the records. You cannot escape it if we talk about history. Actually, a lot of time we don't. When I say we, I mean we as a people and the so-called conscious community, because that's where the uh, that's where the online presence is mainly. Am I wrong in saying that? We don't talk that much about history using, archaeology, the data, the facts. But anyway, so since there's no participation, I will call it a day. It's been a great 4 hours. Thanks to the people who called in. Once again, thanks to Dr. Jahi Issa. No hard feelings. I don't have anything against you personally at all. I appreciate that you called in. You know, Um thanks to Brother Reggie. Thanks to the sister RP. Thanks to Brother Chris Harris MVP. Thanks to those who have participated in the chat. Uh, well, feel free to subscribe to my channel. You have the account here. It only takes a click of a button. If you want, you can click on the notification bell. Um, for those who want to, there's also the Twitter. I'm also on TikTok. I'm also on Instagram, but I mainly use YouTube. For those who are interested in learning the Mandarin, I'm giving lessons. You have the email address for those who want to take the classes. It's only $10 for an hour. Others will charge you $50 for an hour. Others will charge you over 60 hours for an hour. So we can say it's very affordable. You know, you also have the testimonials. There's a playlist with testimonials from a brother and a sister, actually two sisters and a brother. The playlist is of course on my channel. So if you want to learn the meta nature, you can. Trust me. Um, for those who want to support financially, who want to make a donation, you do have the PayPal link and the Cash App link in the description of my video. So feel free to do that as well, because it's all good to support with words. Yeah, I support you with brother. I'm down, but you just saw, one video from the Ashmolean Museum, London. Not London, sorry, Oxford, England. You saw another one from the Louvre Museum, Paris, France. But there's many other museums. There's Italy, there's Denmark, there's the Netherlands. You know, I've been to Amsterdam, I've been to Leiden, different cities in Italy, Spain as well. Now Switzerland. You will see some artifacts because we're not allowed to film in the Geneva Museum. It takes quite a fair bit of resources to travel to those places, and I just work the 9 to 5. I'm not financed. I don't have financial backup. I don't have any religious or secular organization financing my trips to those museums. So I use my own money and my own time to travel to those different countries and document all these artifacts in different museums. You know, so if you think about that, you might feel like, you know what? Let me shoot him a little something. Let me send him a couple of dollars. That will greatly help. You know, and what is sad actually is that when you look at the amount of subscribers that I have, I think if maybe like less than 10% or maybe 1% of the people will just donate like $1 a month, uh, I could be doing a lot more, but it is what it is. Some might feel like, yeah, $1 a month, that's $12 a year. So I don't have it like that. You know, once in a while or once in a lifetime, feel free to make a donation, And I don't want to sound like I'm begging, but I guess every now and then it's good to remind the people that, I don't have any organization behind me. I'm not financed. I'm completely independent, and and it's heavy on the wallet. It's heavy on the wallet. Um, I have a list of museums around the world. There's so many places I want to go to. I don't know if I'd be able to go to all those museums in my lifetime. I could if I was supported, but I will try to do what I can. But I'm going less to museums as I used to. You know, during the first museum trip that I announced in advance, I had a great deal of support. And thanks again to all those who supported me. And I'm glad that you have seen that I have delivered. I told you I'm going to go to those museums. I went to those museums and you have seen the results. The second time I did not inform people beforehand, but then people could see, okay, here are the videos. That was the second museum trips. After that, I did not really do any trip, and that was driving, by the way, the first trip. Um, a second one as well. Then after that, I will go to some individual countries and stuff like that. So it's a great experience, but it's a bit heavy on the wallet. It's heavy on the pockets. You know what I'm saying? You like, uh, there's a travel for the time where I didn't go driving. Obviously the plane ticket, the food, the hotel, the transportation. Um, I'm not tripping on that too much. Sometimes I wonder why there's no longer uh super chat like before. I would have super chats on a regular basis. Uh, it's not happening anymore. I really don't know why. You know, it is life. It is what it is. I mean, at one point I had support. Or I had, and actually, not only I had super chat on a regular basis, I also had, cash apps and PayPal on a regular basis. I might have criticized somebody that rubs people the wrong way. I don't know. I might have criticized some master teachers, and people feel like, oh no, no, you don't did it now. That's our master teacher. That's a master linguist. You talking about? I don't know who he was, but hey, um, that's the way I felt. I'm about my art, which is truth, and you cannot please everybody. You know what I'm saying? We need some clarity, and we cannot just run around, saying anything we want just for clout, or just for popularity, or just for money, just for sales. You know what I'm saying? Some people do that. Some people, they have some tactics, shock value, stuff like that. To each his own. So I might be unorthodox. I hope, however, that the people who used to support me and are not supporting me anymore, I hope that nobody got in their ear talking about, hey, that guy, he's in Europe, what I'm saying? It's not like, we're not the same. We all that we got, what I'm saying? I hope there wasn't no set tripping and tribalism, because some people are very skilled with that. Many have expressed it verbally on radio broadcasts, on YouTube channels, and in writings, also in comments. So I would not be surprised if they send some emails, and you know, or when they meet and greet, then you just proceed to say stuff like that. I've had people who actually call me an agent. Most of the time, they were Asiatic black men. For them, it's very easy. They will just label you an agent or a Zionist. They do it less than before now, because I guess over time it becomes ridiculous. Uh, but there are some people every now and then, but that was years ago. They will say that as well. And then you had the very amazing, thoughtful sentence. Why is this guy in Europe so interested in what's going on in America? Yeah, why? That's fishy. I don't think I need to comment on that, you know. But I really hope that nobody got in your ear on some set tripping thing, on some tribalism um, thing. Um, and for the record, whoever you may be, if, for example, I've talked about some writing or some video that you have made, uh, and you want to call here and talk, then feel free. Jahi, I'm sorry, Dr. Jahi Issa did it. We spoke so good. I was a little tad bit tense at one point, but hey, it was respectful all the way. So like I said, anybody else who wants to call in, I don't screw the calls. It's all good as long as you don't mind showing your face. I made an exception for Dr. Jahi. Um, we can always dialogue whether you agree or disagree. But if you agree, feel free to call in as well. I appreciate when people call and they want to say, "What's up? How you doing? I've been following you for a while. Keep up the good work." Even if it lasts 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, I'm letting you know I appreciate those kind of messages and calls as well. And it's a good look as well for what we're doing for non-Abrahamic believers, for people who want to advance the knowledge. Uh, I'm encouraging you, you know, to do that when I'm live streaming. If you don't want to call to say that, do it in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Now, lately, there's quite a fair bit of likes, so I appreciate it. It helps with the algorithm. It's a good look. There's less comments as they used to, so don't forget that the comments help as well. But the likes, I'll say it's a better look than the comments. But all these things help for the people who don't want to spend $1 for whatever reason. Liking the video, leaving a comment on the video, and also sharing the video on your social networks, that help as well. Some of you have, like, TikTok is very big. If you want to use my videos and put them on TikTok, you have my permission. It's all good. I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? Now, also for the video Kemet and Ma'at, Introduction to Kemet. I don't mind if people re-upload it, but change the title, please. Don't leave the same title. Okay. A few people have re-uploaded it. I'm talking about the main video, which is called Kemet and Ma'at Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. The original title was Introduction to Kemet. And if you have not seen it, I recommend that you watch it. Another video I recommend that you watch is Deception of Asiatic Black Men. It's about 45 minutes. And there's another one that is less entertaining but informative. It is white Semites, black awakening, because the Semites were not black. My brothers and sisters, wake up. They were not black. From 2500 BC at least, that's 2500 BC, they were not black, you know. So we need to stop with that. We have plenty of depictions of them, and it's very important. As well, I repeat it many often. We are under a spare. We are under some paradigm, which is mainly an Asiatic black man paradigm, where everybody on the planet Earth is black except for Caucasian Russian, you know, or Europeans. And it's just false. We do have white. There are white people in Asia, in Asian countries, in Arabia, in Canaan. And it's not just the case today, it was the case before. We have depictions of them, paintings, statues, and whatnot. So we will get some clarity. Other groups, organizations have an interest, not only ideological or philosophical, but also financially. They have an interest in pushing those narratives. You know, they are numerous. They have different chapters or places of worships, temples, churches, all around the country, all around the world, you know. So there's money flowing, you know. So and there's influence, you know. And not many will come up and say, well, actually, what I used to believe in and what I used to teach is was not accurate. It's a bit difficult when you've been making a living out of these teachings. You know, can you picture someone who's been living comfortably for 30 years, you know, teaching those Abrahamic stuff? It's going to be very difficult to do otherwise. How is he? How are they going to maintain their lifestyle? You know, in life, you want to either stagnate or go up, but you don't want to go down. You know, you don't want to regress. So that comes into play. But in the long run, you know, we could ask a question: was the Abrahamic belief system? I mean, was the Abrahamic way? Were those Abrahamic way of life uh, a benefit to Africans? And when I say African, I mean African Americans as well. You know, Black people worldwide. You know, do we control the narrative? Do we benefit from the narrative? Do people buy a literature, clothing from us? You know, it's a sensitive issue because a lot of people like say, well, you know, religion is personal, it's my stuff. Okay, all right, okay, I get it, I get it. So there's a religion on the one hand, and then there's a history on the other. Because you have the people who talk about their religion as if it is actually historical facts when they talk about the patriarchs and their prophets and so on. But then when there's a little bit of scrutiny, they want to disassociate history from their belief. So I'm sure we can get some clarity. I don't know if the word sacrifice is appropriate, but you know, sometimes somebody got to do it. And some people have done it before. They did not die with riches, you know. Um, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, they did their work. We appreciate them. We mention them so many times. But think about supporting the people that you appreciate. Doesn't have to be me, it can be other people. Financial support is important. Even if you don't purchase something that they are selling, in this day and age, many people have some way of receiving some donations, you know. So this is a way to participate in this, oh my bad, in this endeavor, in this struggle, in this fight, however you want to call it. You know, it comes into play indeed. Now, for those who want to be Kemetic or who are Kemetic, who claim to be Kemetic, learn the Medu Neter. It will be better for you in order to learn the culture. You don't need to repeat what you've heard people say. Try to find out where it comes from. Which text does it come from? You know, but we can do better than this. You don't have to be familiar with just the word hotep and ankh. And when people discommit, stand up, speak out. You don't have to show your face, but at least in the comment, holler. I know sometimes people say, well, you're kind of strengthening them. You give them strength. You know what I'm saying? If you address them, you have the right to criticize. It's important. It influences people. Some people watch videos. I do as well. A lot of time, I go through the comments and see people's opinion, positive or negative. You know, I cannot read all the comments. You know, I read a few. Sometimes some videos I don't even watch. I read the comments. You know, so some people are influenced with what they read, what they see, and what they hear. So there's many ways where or many ways in which you can make a contribution. And I'm talking to brothers and sisters worldwide. You know. Now the worst to me is those people who have been claiming to be Kemetic and who say that they will learn the better nature, and that was like 15 years ago, and 15 years later, there's nothing. You know. But there's no obligation. It's not for everybody. But if you feel like you are Kemetic, you know, just learn it. You know, it's something achievable. Now, to those who claim that they are Kemetic and say that the Medu nature has not been deciphered, I mean that's plain foolishness, you know. And I think that people have noticed that I just don't go around just criticizing Abrahamic believers. Some people who claim to be Kemetic, I have expressed that I just don't agree with what they're saying. You know, it's about facts. You know, and I don't roll with the truth is relative. Your truth might be your truth. So, like I said, if you can't swim, you're bound to drown. You know, truth is not relative as far as I'm concerned. What is truth to me is facts. You know, you can't swim, I can't swim, we both bound to drown. You know, in simple terms. Just you might call it an analogy, but it is what it is. Because some people are very skilled, man. Some people are articulate and they're very skilled. They are good with talking points, and they're good with talking their ways out of some issues. Some people are very skilled verbally. You know, and a lot of our people are not necessarily trained. They don't necessarily have a trained eye or trained ear, and sometimes they will fall for some stuff. You know, they will fall for some slick stuff. But remember, young brothers and sisters worldwide, you can participate in your own way. And if you feel like you don't have the time or money or effort to do some studying, uh, and when I say studying, I mean um, research. You see, research so that you can present it to the people, no matter what format. You know, some people talk about YouTube, YouTube land, YouTuber. You have scholars and professors. Ultimately, their presentations find their way on YouTube. Some actually have YouTube channels. So sometimes people use that to belittle some individuals. But don't be phased by that. Don't be phased by that. You know, many religious organization or non-religious organization have a YouTube channel, and they do their thing there. So um, it is all good. It is all good. Um, so if you feel like you don't have the time and the money or the energy to do some research that you can present it to the people, then at least try every now and then, or at least once in your lifetime to support the people who are actually doing the research and presenting the information to the people. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe you do agree that we are marked and we are cursed and we are disfigured, and you want to roll with that. But then don't go around saying, the curse of Ham, and that's racist, that's anti-black, and blah blah blah. Because this is like, uh, 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 similar to the curse of Ham. You can call it the curse of Shabazz. You know what I'm saying? So I could never stress enough how important it is to support financially, you know, because we know we had some good people who were there doing their thing. They never got the support and then they stopped because life catches up with you. See, earlier, the brother Chris actually revealed that he received a text from his partner saying that she wants to divorce. I'm glad they managed to talk, and I hope things will go for the better. But sometimes when we are into this uh, information and sometimes we can neglect our family because we do a lot of reading, a lot of studying, a lot of work, preparing, information to be presented. And sometimes we might just not realize how much time we invest into that because we are so passionate, you know, we are so much into it. Right now it's, a quarter to 1 a.m., you know. So years back when I was affiliated with a team or a squad, I will wake up like 4 a.m. to share the information with the brothers and sisters, you know. Because for those who don't know, I'm currently located in Europe. So it's a lot of personal investment. And some people ultimately, because of the lack of support, they ended up, stopping. You're like, hey, I don't even get the support. People support you with the mouth and with the words. Keep up the good work. Yeah, great. Thanks. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. But never and never any donation. And I do not believe that people don't have a dollar to spare. I do not believe that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I rather people say I don't want to donate, and I say period. You know, people saying I gotta wait for next month and the end of the month and whatever. But it's okay because my haters will say, "Oh, this guy is here begging. I heard him was begging." I saw a video of a sister who is known for cursing a lot, and she broke down. I scrolled through the video because usually I don't really watch videos when they are too long. But I understand because she addressed betrayal. I went through that as well. Unfortunately, young brothers and sisters, when you invest yourself and you get into the struggle, you know, Pan African organizations, conscious organizations, a lot of people are up to no good. They have bad intention. They're just using the struggle to get ladies or to get money. Um, some people will be jealous at you if they realize that you have a skill that they don't have. A lot of time when you are younger than them, they will use that against you. They will, play the big brothers, the people who know better because they're older than you and they've been on this earth longer than you and stuff like that. A lot of them are very good with that. They're using their age as like some badge of honor or badge of integrity and stuff like that. But they are very foul. I went through a lot of betrayal and slander. But most of them, they are not doing much nowadays. Nothing's popping on their end. So it's a reality check for them. But I'm aware that the damage is done um, because people roll as teams and crews. So you don't know somebody personally, you never met the person or spoke with the person, but you have someone that you're cool with and he's going to say, oh, that guy is this, that guy is that. So because you know the person, then you will just tend to believe the person over that individual that you don't know personally. You know what I'm saying? That's why I encourage many times people to just call in and have a conversation with me. We can always do that. They can ask me questions. I usually answer questions. I don't think somebody can say that I'm the kind that evades questions. um But I will never accept rapists and pedophile. I'm sorry. It's something I cannot do. And amongst Pan African is something that is common and unfortunately accepted, you know. And sometimes people don't want things to be highlighted, so they will go at great length to try to silence you or slander you because they know that they are dealing with some rapists and pedophile, and it's just not a good look. Themselves, at least, they know that it's not a good look at all. You know, we're far from people making linguistic gymnastics and linguistic acrobatics or plagiarizing. You know, we're talking about, rapists and pedophile. It's not something minor at all. Or others, who roll with the authorities, agents being, receiving money either by the authorities or by foreign countries. It goes deep. People receive millions of dollars. That has been documented. It's not to be underestimated when you have organizations, individuals that received millions of dollars. It's not to be underestimated at all. When people have money, they have power. And with the power, they can exercise influence. So that can go very far. All right. So thank you for listening, brothers and sisters. Stay safe, stay healthy. And if I'm allowed to, Badonechero, I will definitely holler back at you. Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving medical nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more. I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Netia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.